and adopted. We can proceed with the second item, that is the consideration of the annual activity reports and audited financial statements of Bundun Maternal and Child Hospital. Honorable members, could we recall yesterday, Bundul Maternal and Child Hospital presented its reports. The phase one, that's the audited report on financial management for the audit of Bundul Maternal and Child Hospital. I want to put to Bundul. The cover page of the same report reads 1st January 2016 to 31st July 2017. But upon our consultation with the auditors, we came to realize that it should read 1st January 2016 to 31st December 2016 instead of 1st January 2016 to 31st July 2017. It should read 1st January 2016 to 31st December 2016. That's for this particular report. And then the next set, that one, the third remains same, that is audit report, Bundung Maternal and Child Hospital for the year ended 31st December 2017 to 31st December 2018. That stands. Now, the committee had reviewed these financial reports as well as the activity report. And the activity report is from 2017 to 2018. And the compliance report, which is from 2017, 1st January 2017 to 31st December 2021. And after the review, discuss, then you will be expecting some questions from the members for clarifications. Then that will inform us what form of report we're supposed to send to the plenary. And the mode of the consideration process will take this form. The first will deal with the finances, and the finances members will take you through on observations that were made by the subject matter specialists. When we are through with that, I will take you with the issues and, of course, the salient issues in the management letter for both sets. And then from there, we go to the GPA compliance report, and finally, the activity reports. So this will be the process that we are going to take as far as the consideration is concerned. Now, honorable members, can we begin with the finances? As I said, let's deal first with the observations that were made by the subject matter specialists. I think you all got your copies. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Sorry, I've seen the hand.
Yes, I have an observation.
Okay.
Yesterday in your media, we saw it when we went home that they are labeling us Bundung General Hospital. We are not a general hospital.
You are what? Maternal.
Bundung Maternal and Child Hospital.
Yeah, I think media, please do that first. Are they here? They're here. Okay, media, take note, please. It's no longer general. I think the name has changed. Okay. There is no general there. Not general.
Our focus is on maternal.
Only maternal. Okay, thank you for that observation. Yeah, Honorable Sane.
Thank you very much, CEO. Go further. We just need some clarification. Pages. Look at the figure.
Page 40, which book? The blue one.
Yes, this one.
The blue one. Okay.
Look at the January. Should be now instead of 7 million, start from 783. 7 million should be out. Four.
Have you
I don't
seen?
know.
It's referring to January and March. The figures that were stipulated, that the first 7, that's supposed to be 7 million, that should be cancelled. And if you come to March also, the figure that you have there should read as follows: 751,973.44. With these changes, the total will remain as it is. Okay? Is that clear? Yeah. Honorable members, any other issue? Let's start from the end. Fofana? Page 15. Which one, blue or white?
White one.
White.
You are there, right?
Yes.
That's in repairs and maintenance. The total value is 3 million. The additions. You realize that that is the value of it. Value is equal to
Are you there? Who is going to take us to? Finance Director?
Good morning, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honorable Member, for this observation. Actually, the observation made is noted. Then I think I will go back and check exactly to see what really caused this anomaly. So maybe there might be a type of graphical error, or a figure has been not been fully reported. Yeah.
Are you trying to say at this juncture you are not in position to tell us what went wrong?
Yes, sir, exactly, sir. Yeah.
When I saw your hand,
What was the actual amount that we have calculated?
the actual amount, the actual total, which in the income and expenditure is 9.
Yeah.
3,123,000. And if you look at the monthly summary, the total of the monthly summary, it only gives you 6, which means even your income and expenditure account.
Yeah, this what I'm saying. I say, the possibility is that maybe there is a figure that is left behind.
Governor,
I just want to say, let me refer you to your records of, take the green book,
which book are you making reference to?
the other book,
2016.
Go to page 15.
Yeah.
It will not be one figure.
Page what?
Page 15.
Okay.
Go to page 15. You'll find a similar summary.
Mhm.
And if you look at the summary, the values indicated here are totally different from the ones here. It's not only one figure.
Yeah.
And I would say this, unfortunately, the one on the green report actually adds up. You want to know exactly what transpired, because you cannot have two figures, two values.
Finance Director? Yeah, I want to Finance Director. Yes. Or you want to put some supplementary?
Honorable,
Yes.
by looking at the 2016 summary and the 2017-18, so if you look at the summaries from January to December, the figures I have there. So when you compare to the figures that I have on the other summary here, they are understated. So for example, in April 2016, I have here 72,962, while it's supposed to be 269,837.19.
The issue is, we brought out the two scenarios. You don't want to assume one is wrong, the other one is right. I think at this point what we'll do is, Chair,
Yes.
with your permission, I want to propose that let the auditors go back and do the verification
For the two.
on monthly basis. One is adding up, but the other is not. We don't want to conclude on a hypothetical basis. Let us be certain of it. Thank you.
Audit?
The concern is noted. We would work with the Bundung team and look at that accordingly.
That's for 2016 and 2017. Man, have you taken note? Yep. Fofana, can you repeat? Then let him take note.
No, the proposal now.
Proposal.
We've passed the issue, man. We are at the proposal stage that the auditors, the Office of the National Audit Office will work with the Bundung team. Clear the values on the repairs and maintenance with regards to the overstatement.
Which book are you No,
Then
that is
note 13. Can you check note
the
13?
white book, the white book,
Note 13, page 15.
the white book. Page 15,
Note 13.
the last paragraph.
Repairs and maintenance. So that they can ascertain the actual monthly values of the repairs and maintenance.
Okay. Now, the next issue, Honorable Mbo, I think your part is addressed with the other part. Both parts are addressed, Mbo. The first one, both parts are addressed. Okay. Now we go to Honorable Cham, Madam. Note 12 of which book?
12 of the white.
Page 15.
IT and software. Could the management, your management, provide Fpac or committee with the necessary background
Thank you, Honorable. Yes, that's possible.
Yeah, we make it available.
Yeah, I'll make it available. Probably next week, Monday.
Next is Monday, should be the 23rd. By 23rd October. Is that okay?
Yes, that's okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chan. Honorable members, can we now move on to the management letters? First with the blue booklet. That's for 2016. Page 21, let's start. Page 21. Yeah, blue and white. Oh, then, okay. Blue again. Now, we came to realize that we have less issue as far as the management letter is concerned, but where we have issues that are unresolved, and that's where we will put to the management to hear from them. And then as well as where we have issues that are to be confirmed in the next audit report also, we'll take note to hear from the management what was their action on those issues that were queried. Where we have not seen any further management comment and then also no action taken, then we will hear from the management as well what they have taken and then what we are expecting as well in the subsequent report. The first point here is cash collection and custody. Which the auditor noted that the audit procedure revealed that the cash collection are banked weekly, and collection is kept in a is kept in a till in the intervention period. And they've also found that the till did not have a proper locking system. With that, the audit advanced with a recommendation that the management is to invest in proper safe for keeping of cash collection, and additionally, the banking of cash collection should be done more frequently to avoid keeping cash for undue period of time. And then the management responded. We want to hear from the management.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Actually, that observation was well noted. And actually, during that period, and we endeavor to make effort to procure appropriate safe. However, this cannot be done immediately at that time under the current budgetary constraint that Pundum Maternal and Child Hospital was going through. It is also important for you to note that the level of collection at that time in 2016-17 is between $2,500 to $5,000. So at that time, to look at the prudence to see buying a big safe costing 5 times more than what is to be safe does not prove to be value for money. However, management take it seriously, and we try to see how best to procure a proper safe. And also our customers were encouraged to do the banking daily, and this was done, and every day or 3, and we've been doing that. And recently a proper safe is procured for the safekeeping of cash that has been collected. Thank you.
Are you trying to report that the situation has been regularized?
Yes.
Okay. Since we have not seen any further audit comment on the audit, let me hear from the audit first.
I think the intervention of the CEO would be very relevant.
CEO.
Today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you can recall, this audit time, we are talking a reference period of some years back. And what we can tell you from now on, just last week we had an exit meeting with the team, and I saw them a safe to be bought. Today, I issued a brand new safe to the account unit so that they will be keeping the monies. In addition to that, in 2022, I found when I read this report, that most of the cashiers were using their pockets to keep money. They were each given till at least a box where they will be keeping the monies, and that the frequency of banking has improved from weekly to at least twice in a week. I think we need to put something. Sometimes Bundung, our hospitals, I can say they don't have vehicles. To be going to the bank is a problem. We are always donated with old vehicles, which affects our mobility. But for the safe, today they had a safe, and from June 2022, each of the cashiers has a safe box, and they retire daily to the head of the DRF, the cashiers, who go to the bank twice in a week.
You want to add something, or sorry,
just as he rightly mentioned, this is one of the queries that we have raised during the audit of 2019 to 2020. And as he rightly mentioned in our exit meeting, he did affirm that they would ensure that safe been put in place. I'm now getting the news that they have now put in place a safe. So as part of our further verification of our issues that we raise, we would also confirm whether there's a safe that exists or not before our finalization.
We're expected to confirm that in your subsequent report.
Yes, in our 2019-2022 audit.
2019-2022. Chan?
Yes, Chair,
Mhm.
I haven't heard from the CEO that they were having problem with the mobility, then to be taking money to the bank and then coming back. Yes, that's a big problem. We understand, but then just to avoid being on the risk side by keeping money in the safe or by keeping money with you at the premises, can't the then CEO or anybody from the management volunteer to avoid risk, giving you the car just to take the money to the bank? Was the person was there anybody who was not having any vehicle, either the CEO or the deputy CEO then?
I was not there then, but I can attest that as someone who served as Director Health Service of this country, most of these hospitals, they do not have vehicles. Staff are using their own vehicle, and that would need to be recognized. And when you want to tell them to use it, you have to give them fuel. And at the end of the day, they query, why do you give a private vehicle fuel?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my main concern is with regards to the management and the response. The management response. We applaud the fact that it's, but if you read the management response very well, you realize that management did not feel the need that a safe was. And I will quote. It says that the observation is well noted, efforts will be made to procure an appropriate safe. However, this cannot be done immediately under the current budgetary constraints. It's also important for one to know that the level of collection at any given time is between 2,500 and 5,000. And if I'm right, Finance Director, you did say that it is not prudent to buy a safe when the value of collection is like 5 times less than the cost of the safe. How much is the safe that you bought, Mr. CEO? $9,000. On daily basis, you are collecting 5,000. 2 days is 10,000. A week is 35,000. $35,000. Is it prudent to buy a safe around 2016 or not? This is what we need to answer. The question is not, you've bought a safe. Why was it not done? Was it in accordance with the prudent perception, or was it a deliberate act by management not to get a safe? Because the analogy you presented did not pass.
The prudent concept come into play here depend on the head of management. So when this query was put to management at that time, so me as head of finance, so I'm not the board controller. So board controller was advised, this advice was given to him for a safe to the board. So, but actually at that time, he feel like because of budgetary constraints, so he cannot. Yeah. Yeah.
Based on budgetary constraint. Okay? Yes, Fofana?
Honorable Chair, we are not talking about it. You are the finance guy. It falls under your remit to ensure that all mitigative avenues are exhausted with regards to maintaining the assets of the organization. If you look at your report and the activity, many a times what you complain about is the low subvention that you receive. You are complaining about subvention when the little you are receiving is not being made. Let's correct this. That was not the CEO. That was the finance guy. My question is simple. Was it prudent in 2016 to get a safe or not?
In 2016-17, it was very prudent for a safe to be bought.
Thank you. Then finally, I would advise, when auditors come to you, do not wait till you know you will come to the assembly to effect the remedial action. This was since 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, up to 2022. Have been recurrent. And it was in the best interest of the organization. Once it is highlighted, do the needful.
It could be if you had been annually reporting in the National Assembly, that means this particular situation will remain unresolved. The reason why we wanted to find from you the action point is to know what was the level of implementation of this particular observation. Since 2016, it's just recent, 2022, that you actually acted on. And now the point of concern that you raised regarding lack of mobility, and then, yes, you mentioned that you do weekly posting. Would it also not be possible to make arrangement with the bank instead of you going for the bank to come and collect periodically? Is that possible? Ella, you are knocking your head.
Sometimes,
Yes. Yes.
But the amount is too small.
Too small, okay.
Collect maybe hundreds of thousands.
Hundred of thousand, okay.
if it is like a facility like FSTH who correct higher volume.
Bulk
Yeah,
amount.
but not for this page.
Petty cars.
But I just want to add something.
Okay.
It is not that we are coming here, this is bought. I bought this follow up to the.
No, what I'm trying to say, if I told you had been coming annually,
Yeah,
that means every year you come, the situation will be unresolved. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Not
Okay.
necessarily because you expect that you have been coming, that's why you did it. No.
Okay.
Not
then,
from that angle.
But his, the audit teams,
Continue follow up.
their exit meeting of this current, which found me there,
Yes.
that upset me too.
Okay.
But not because I'm coming here.
Okay. Noted. Can we proceed with the next concern, and that has to do with non-current asset register in Fpac 22. The findings revealed that certain assets were missing, and then as well as certain items. As a result, the auditors recommended that the management is strongly urged to ensure the recommendation is implemented without further delay to mitigate the risk of misappropriation. Where is it? The risk of misappropriation of assets, and make sure that the proper internal controls are in place at all times, and that the non-current asset register should be comprehensively completed with all relevant details, and any subsequent movement be updated on the register therein. Management
Thank you, Chair, for that. Actually, our response during the period was the procurement officer wasn't actually responsible or in charge of the asset register anymore during the review. But he had a hard copy of the asset in his system, a soft copy in his system. That's why he could make it available when he was asked. So according to the biomedical technician, who happened to be Asatu Najib, misunderstood the request when it was made to her by the auditors for information of our asset register. So the asset register was divided into two, one for medical and the other for non-medical equipment, which all falls on the responsibility of the biomedical technician. But actually, during the review, she failed to show the second part, which is non-medical equipment. So again, we try, this will be sorted out, and the internal movement of items will be properly recorded as well, and which is done now.
Now, has it been sorted out?
Yes, it has been sorted out.
Sorted out, yeah. Audit?
In the current audit that we are doing, we have noted significant improvement as far as assets maintenance is concerned.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Honorable?
Yes, I just wanted to find out who is the custodian.
Yeah, right now, sorry, see.
Currently is the one of the officers at the accounts.
When the assets assumed to be missing, does that imply that they were actually not available or not recorded? Audit, I think that's for you. If assets are deemed to be missing, does that imply that they were not available or not recorded?
Asset, you know, the verification of the assets is dependent on the asset register. Okay. You use the asset register and verify the physical assets that are in place. So if it is in the asset register and not physically seen, then it is assumed to be missing. Okay. Based on that procedure. It could also be because it is there, but it's not recorded in the register as well.
In the subsequent audit, did you confirm physically that those assets were available?
Yes. In fact, for some of the assets that are absolute, what they decided to do was just to park them at one place for us to confirm before they dispose them.
Any concerned member on that? Okay, let's proceed to P 23. Inventory of medical items. The auditors made findings, and then under that they recommended that a proper reference mechanism should be in place to ensure that the reference allocated items in the register are marked on the physical items for AC tracing, and that all equipment received in stores should be appropriately registered in books, and the subsequent movement be recorded for ease of accountability. Management?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Usually for the issue of the parts, we don't normally record parts or thermometers in the asset register because the frequency of their usage. Thermometers are expected to be given in every nurse or doctor's pocket as a working tool, so they can be referenced. However, we will endeavor to enter them in the asset register. Going forward, parts also will be entered in the books, and their in and outs will be documented as well.
Yeah. Has that been regularized after?
Yes, it has been regularized.
Audit?
Chairperson, ideally this type of item should only be recorded in the store's tally cards so that it shows movement in and out from the stores.
Is claiming that the issue has been regularized. Does he want to say something?
Yes, I think some of these things, they become redundant in the sense that we are talking about years back. I am speaking on the current status now.
Yeah, when I ask where it has been regular, I mean in the
it has been, the way it was being done has been remodified. That each of, sometimes maybe they can attest to that. Some of the equipments were in the inventory, but nothing tagged on them, so it will be difficult. And the difficulty also, which you say, because of the acute shortage of some basic equipment, one equipment get rotating between and amongst wards. But issues like this, as he mentioned, like thermometers and the like, when they are issued, if the management buy them, procure them, it goes to the store, general store, and the general store will alert the pharmacy, because a medical item, pharmacy will request it formally. Then units will request it from the pharmacy using the CRIV.
Now, currently, what is the status as we speak?
There are two things happening now.
Okay.
The Ministry of Health has also embarked on inventorization of all the equipment procured by the Ministry of Health, which has their own numbering. We have to reconcile that with our numbering. But those bought by the hospital are tagged by the hospital and included in the assets register.
We are taking that the issue has been regularized.
To me, it has been.
But if
Yes, as far as our sample of review is concerned, we noted improvement as far as that is concerned. That when equipment or medical related items are bought, they have been sent directly to the store and then issued to the pharmacies for forward dispensing to other doctors.
can we move to page 25, stores management, and under that the audit recommended that the storekeeper is strongly urged to ensure appropriate record keeping over the movement of items to ensure safekeeping. Administration is advised to institute proper monitoring and review mechanism to ensure compliance, and that unsealing and usage of drugs from the stores must cease immediately. All drugs should be dispensed at the appropriate points and by trained staff, and that the management is also urged to look into possibility of installing air conditioning at the store to ensure that drugs maintain appropriate potency. And therefore the management responded.
I noted the same when I came in 2022, that the tally cards were not updated. But I later observed that the knowledge on tally card usage was inadequate. So we introduced, they were not using tally cards as per se, but they were using these papers where they record. It will be difficult to analyze. But for now, tally cards have been used and updated, and every end of month, there is a system in place to assess and determine usage by unit and also the balances. To the pharmacy, as said, was because if you look at the pharmacy and the dispensing unit is so tight. So, and the dispensing unit is such that multiple people are dispensing at the same time. What now management introduced now, because of the different shift, accountability becomes a problem. If you use the dispensing room, you put the drugs on the medicine on the table. Like I come in the morning, I'm dispensing. When the afternoon comes, he comes here. It's difficult it will not be practical for them to be counting each of the tins, how many is left there. So what we introduce now is we put up cupboards, 4 cupboards. One for the night, after morning shift, afternoon shift, night, and night off. So each will request separately an account for their drugs. On the issue of the air condition, additional air conditioners have been installed, but I wish to state that the voltage at the hospital is destroying most of the air conditioners of the hospital. The voltage is low. Before, in the previous government, the hospital was having its own what transformer, electricity was stable, but that is no more. And the voltage just keep on fluctuating. But there is at least 2 ACs there. Unfortunately, there is no AC that can run 24/7 in eternity.
So at the moment, what is the position as far as the issue is concerned?
There are 2 ACs working, but sometimes they report that it's not cold, but there is a thermometer that to monitor the room temperature.
So are you trying to say it's partially addressed?
Will be a dedicated transformer to stabilize the electricity situation of the hospital.
Dedicated
Without that, we are just peppering the crack.
That's your recommendation. And to whom are you recommending?
Well, any person who can change our plight.
I'm interested in that recommendation. Can you reframe it?
That
the recommendation they are making. That's
that the transformer, the hospital should have a dedicated transformer that it doesn't share with any user. That will stabilize the electricity situation. Currently, the voltage fluctuates, especially at that end, where the pharmacy is, the postnatal ward is, and the theater. Theater at the recovery room, no AC lasts more than 1 month.
Yeah. Who? Hey, yes. Accountant, Auditor General.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just wanted to maybe for the committee to seek clarification on what happened, because the CEO mentioned that there was before connected a dedicated transformer, and it was what circumstances led to that issue. Yeah, probably that could be a diagnostic exercise.
CEO.
Well, I was told that the dedicated transformer was there, but after people demanded that because the hospital light was always on, they should be connected on that line, and it's overloaded.
It's overloaded. Honorable Chair.
Chair, since they were having a problem with the voltage, right, and there must be instances that where some medicines or drugs, when well not stored, might not be valid anymore. Things like ointments or whatsoever. So what do you normally do with those drugs that are not valid anymore? Do you just throw them, or what do you do with it?
I think it will be difficult for me as an individual to determine the potency and non-potency of medicines because the Gambia doesn't have the capacity.
Governor? Oh, you are, sorry, supplementary? Yes.
You know, the CEO was talking about the proper, improper storage of medicines when they don't have the correct or the right voltage that they're supposed to have. And there must be, because of that high temperature, there must be some drugs that might not be valid anymore. That's the point I'm asking about. So do you still use those medicines with that condition, or do you throw them, or what do you do with those medicines?
You see, the issue is that when the AC has a problem, we go and fix it. I have installed within this period 2 ACs, and somebody donated us another AC to change. But you see, the medicine not being cold for, let's say, 1 hour, 2 hours, might not destroy immediately the potency of medicine. But to determine that, you need to test.
Yeah, okay, you are done, Cham? Okay. You are not, one more, okay.
CEO, This was not only 2 hours, as you stated when responding, right? It wasn't only 2 hours for that storage not having a good temperature as stated, isn't it? This must have been occurred in different occasions, different times because of the low voltage, right? So there must be times that 1 or 2 medicines or ointments, I can say, will not be in proper condition, isn't it? So what I'm asking is, so in case that happen, how do you do with those medicines? That's what I'm asking about. I know you got 2 generators that you fixed, but before fixing those 2 generators, and this problem must occur, I know. So what do you do with it?
First, I never give 2 hours that light is not available. That I have not, let me put that. 2, low voltage don't make the AC run. Maybe it's not running properly. Still, it will be running, but it's not at optimal. So, and 3, I cannot know which medicine is potent and not potent because you need to test it. You see, it will take. It's only an ointment that has expired. Ointment, in fact, are usually not kept. Should not be. It's not mandatory to keep them in a cool place.
Could you tell us the importance of medical storage? In most of the medicines, it is always indicated the temperature, room temperature or whatever temperature that it should be stored. So failing to do so, what repercussion does it have? That is one.
Well, for vaccines, it depends on it, but these are on fridge directly, and you know that the Gambia leads in many countries because of the solar. All these fridges for vaccines are using solar, so that's not a problem. It's a drugstore where you keep the medicines.
Since you have said it, like solar, and most of these institutions are venturing into renewable energy. So will it not be more cost effective than a whole new transformer? So that you can also include that in your budget. You can use solar panels to run that facility as well.
It makes me laugh. If an institution sit for 3 or 4 years, don't even have a development board, do you think if you put this thing, they will consider it?
Equally, we have seen in your accounts here, you are spending so many millions on maintenance, so you can equally prioritize that area as well.
We'll see what is possible. But this capital intensive, we are hoping that the World Bank, which came there to identify Bundung as one of the facilities for solarization, will materialize. But to go and think of solarize that, I think it's a big task, and it's cost intensive.
The CEO, no. I'll take you back. The Auditor General did ask what happened to the transformer, and you indicated that there were people which their thinking they wanted to be part of it. As the CEO of the hospital, when that happened and the transformer became overloaded, what did you do?
Unfortunately, this doesn't happen when I was there.
You are there to.
Sorry. Allow me to finish. I have on multiple occasions, and I'll be glad to tell you that one of your honorable member, who is the honorable member for Bundung, has been very instrumental to come to our aid whenever we have these problems. And he is a clear witness to the efforts we do to go to NAWEC. I have gone to NAWEC more than 10 times And the promise was that they will fix a transformer. But up to now, it's a problem.
Do you have any evidence to that?
I have written on that, and I can provide that.
Chair, we request that we have those written submissions, evidence of communication to NAVEC, and if you would permit me, I still want to really expand on this issue. The honorable member did ask a very pertinent question. Hospital is about care. It's about care. Even if you go to the pharmacy, there's pharma business, there's pharma care. But we concentrate more on the care. And part of that care is the medicine. We all know that Gambia doesn't have the lab or the potential. That's the potency of medicines. But the minimum we can do is to make sure that they are stored appropriately. Mr. CEO, you said as an individual, you cannot ascertain whether a medicine is fit for consumption or not. Are you trying to tell us that sometimes, because of the temperatures in those rooms, there is the likelihood that unfit medication will be administered to patients?
Well, it will be difficult for me to affirm some of these things. It can happen. It may not have happened. I will be very frank. But those of you who know how I work will know that I'm a very meticulous person. I instituted systems of control and monitoring at that hospital, not only for drugs and other suppliers, but other things. And it could, the staff I work with can attest to that. For the issue of I can give an example in one of our meetings where the head of the pharmacy saw medicine that was supplied with different coloration. And there she brought it and we returned it back to the central medical stores. If not, there was no diligence, this would have been dispatched.
Finally, on that, before my last point, since you know that the likelihood of unfit medical items is very high, what control mechanisms do you have in place to mitigate it?
I cannot say that, ascertain that it's high. We assume that it is possible. But what I can say that I have enlisted here my encounter efforts done to get NAVEC. Two, when the AC is faulty and we always call them to come and repair. When they say the AC is not beyond repair, we change it. These are, and in addition, when I came there, I found a store, and they can attest that. They have a container which they were storing medicine. And I saw that that container, there was no AC. I have to line the container with plywood to reduce heat and also install an AC. That is there to be verified.
We are not assuming here. We have a report in front of us. I will refer you to paragraph 4, page 25. 1.4, stores management. It states, the stores were not found to be in air-conditioned state to ensure that drugs which require cool temperature are preserved. We are not assuming. We have the facts. So this is why I will pose the question again. You did indicate that based on the nature of the medicines, their storage with regards to temperature varies. Based on that, you were asked the question whether unfit medical items do exist in terms of drugs. You said Gambia doesn't have what? The capacity. And you as an individual, you cannot dictate the potency of a drug. Now, this is the question. After you've indicated that one of your lab technicians, not lab technician, pharmacist, one of your pharmacists came with drugs which have different colorations, which means the possibility of having unfit medical items and it's high. So now the question is simple. What control mechanisms do you have to avoid people taking unfit medical items?
I think Honorable member, maybe we are not seeing these things the same. I did not say that medicine was stored. Where this medicine was supplied immediately from the center medical store. And through diligence, she observed that the coloration has changed. 2, we are on this report. You are addressing the for me to address things for which I was not there, because remember, this is a retrospective review we are doing now. I was not there by that time. But when I came, the efforts I did has been enlisted here. I cannot undo what was done in my absence. But I am determined to ensure that the people who come to the hospital get the best care as possible. But all these things, I was not there. It's only that I have to come here to be the slain. But I cannot address what happened when I was not there.
Finally, I'll finish it. Honorable CEO, the last one on that, because I have a final point. Honorable CEO, that's why we are counting on your professional guidance. You see, responsibility doesn't mean whether you were there. What we want to know is, medicines are not stored in a cooled environment that is not air conditioned. What will happen? This doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be there or not, because we own this collectively. We want to know whether what our people are consuming is fit for purpose or not. So whether you were there or not wouldn't matter. Maybe Bundung have moved, but maybe the same situation is happening in other institutions. So we want your professional advice.
And that I have provided.
No. Now make it clear with this, with the answer to this question I'm coming to ask. Just allow me. Just relax and allow me now. Okay? The auditors have noted. Just allow me. What I want you to put your mic off, sorry. Put it off. What I want you to understand, this is not a personal vendetta. This is a system that requires continuity. Where you were in 2016, it's highly probable that other health institutions are in the same place. So when you are making references, it's not about personal issues. It's about your professional guidance. So my question will be precise and simple. And this is it. Why is it relevant for medical items to be stored in a cool environment? And if they are not, what are the possible repercussions? And from there, we can pick up to my last one.
For potency, it's good to store medicine within the right temperature. And for efficacy, that's the reason.
If they are not stored under such conditions, what might be the possible injuries?
The reverse can occur, that they might lose their potency and efficacy.
And eventually, what might that lead to if people consume it?
Well, other medical conditions.
To be specific?
Well, they might not cure the disease for which they were targeted to cure.
And is it possible they might lead to other conditions?
Well, I can restrict to what I have said.
Thank you. The last one will be on the stores now, Chairman. That is the last. This is the last one. No. I just want to refer the committee to paragraph 2. Paragraph 2 states, we also found that some drugs are unsealed and unused and used while still on the shelves. There was no evidence that such issuance were administered by trained staff, and these were not also recorded. To the finance director, can you tell us the risks associated with that particular paragraph? The finance director.
Actually, honorable member, I think I am very much limited in terms of knowledge and capacity to answer this particular question that you are asking me, because this has to do with drugs and dispensing. So
we are talking about the stores here. Who manages the stores at Bundo?
Okay, we have a storekeeper who unfortunately is not in our midst here.
Okay, but now advise us on general terms. If you enter a store as a finance guy, and you realize that some of the packets are loosed and there is no record of their issuance, What risks is the organization exposed to?
Actually, that's why we have the office of the PNO, who the pharmacists dispensing the drugs are under. So their supervision has to oversee that, not specifically for the finance.
To make this last, no, still to you. Let's forget that it is in a hospital environment.
Sure.
Let's take it on general terms.
Mm.
Now, let's say you come to my shop to do an audit exercise. Not so. And you realize that some of the packets of biscuits are empty, but still placed on the shelf. And there is no record in my books to indicate that they were issued. What risk is my shop exposed to? Let's forget about the hospital. Let's make it on general terms now.
Your shop is risk to make losses because one, a stock has been reduced, but there is no indication how and for what.
It wasn't difficult to answer it. Oh, can you tell us what you are doing about it now?
Yes, I was the deputy CEO and I was there. Okay. The only thing is in 2016, I was not at the hospital. I was on study leave from 2015 to ending of 2016. But after the audit report that suggested for those drugs to be moved to the pharmacy, because those drugs are not like the Ministry of Health drugs. You know, we were having some sponsors, supporters. That's the Pro Foundation. It started with Kambengo Foundation. They were giving us consignment of drugs every 3 months. Yes, a container will come with drugs. So those were the drugs, like the essential drugs that the Ministry of Health sometimes usually don't have. So those drugs were kept at that store. They were not taken to the pharmacy. Yes. So and sometimes when like the things were finished at the pharmacy, the storekeeper issues them. And sometimes also like the staff, if they go to the pharmacy, they were not getting the drugs there. They come to the storekeeper and the storekeeper will just issue them those drugs. But after the audit recommendation, that was the time all those drugs were moved to the pharmacy. So I think that was the issue.
Let me add clarity. He wished me to clarify because he has just relegated me. But what I'm saying is, I know what Honorable is driving at, but let us assure you that I am not excluding that this happens. But you see, you need to know the culture of certain institutions to be able to know how things happen. One, that was the past. You know, for me, I can only talk of present because I don't know what existed before unless I read it on this. That's the disadvantage if we are looking at something that has passed years back. So that is where we cannot see. You were seeing that I am defending, I'm not. What I can tell you is that even what he said that those donations were parallelly stored is wrong. It's wrong. It's donation, they should be featured in the store so that systems operate. I am not that type who will side with just to get it. I rather die on the truth or I live. But what I am trying to tell you is I cannot correct the past. I can correct from where I start. Precisely. But you see, to get some of these lapses in Bundung and this current present time is not possible. Systems have been put in place that even a blind person can run that hospital. That I can tell you.
Just a follow-up. I think your intervention have really addressed the point I wanted to bring to her. And we are seeing we are really seeing. I have no intentions of relegating you, Honorable Chief. In fact, I cannot. I cannot relegate you. What I just want to say is this. The system should continue. Why we are pushing the corrections to you, it's for two folds. You are there today. This happened in the past. So for you, it is easy to tell us what you are doing now, which the auditors will what? Verify. This is exactly what we are looking for. Okay, what you have said right now, can you give us a practical control tool that you are using to avoid the occurrence of this particular paragraph?
The pharmacy, first, there was no organogram at the hospital. So an organogram is established and department created at department heads who monitored their line institutions. And the pharmacy, being a critical part of healthcare delivery, reports directly to the administrator. But that I don't stop there. I don't wait somebody to tell me. I'm one that goes to the pharmacy every time. Because of that, I saw the need that if you want accountability, you cannot just put the dispensing medicines on the table and afternoon come use the same, in the morning come use. When they are closing, I'm not accusing anybody. You can put some in your pocket. But if every shift you are having your request and you store it, the key is with you, there will be accountability. And your prescription packs are kept separate from different on a separate place like these things. Today, I can tell you this because maybe in our not submission, in our not sitting, I will show you. Maybe we'll want a projector to show you rather than reading. You see it visually. You see the trends. But not only that, we have regular SMT meetings where every department reports about what has happened in your unit from the last meeting to that current day. These are issues there we are updated about issues. And the last, not the last, but what I can just say, I'm not that type who sit in my office the whole day.
Ratified. But we learn from the past to make significant improvement now and in future. The life of the people are very important. And if you have to deal with drugs that are meant to cure people, I think those drugs themselves should be protected. So that is the concern and emphasis that the country is trying to grow to. And then we are happy that we've also seen that light and then try to make significant improvement towards remedying this situation. Well noted. Honorable Chairman, I saw your hand up before.
Part of my question is addressed, but then it's been answered. But then, having heard from the lady at the back that you do have some donations from like medicines or whatsoever, how do you do the recording? Are they properly recorded once you have them?
When they come, they go to the store, and that is where they met them. So the storekeeper is always there to record. Like there is a computer where they input or everything that they receive, either donations, either from the hospital buying something, it's been recorded somewhere. Yes.
Serakunda.
Thank you very much. This will go to the CEO. Is your line ministry aware of this low voltage? Have you consulted your line minister?
I contacted my line of communication is the permanent secretary, and he's aware. Even what I think 3 weeks ago, the transformer at the Maracas where we are connected had a problem, and I contacted him. But I think that the managing director of NAVEC was here in the so he cannot receive the call. But when I text the Honorable Jame, he was able to act and it was fixed. But the ministry is aware.
Issue of voltage still remains the same. meaning that Honorable Jame alone cannot do it. He can only talk, but you are under a ministry, that is the Ministry of Health. What efforts have they done to remedy this situation?
Well, I think they are the best to say what they have done. I am not them.
Are you not equally communicating with them like you are doing to the Honorable?
I did what I should do to inform them because they are the custodian of the health facility. They should like the health facility more than I do.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's proceed to the next issue, and that has to do with performance review. Page 27, free maternal services. Bundung Hospital is specialized in child and maternal health and has thus attracted mainly patients from the two groups. The augmentation of the facility, especially the installation of the state-of-art blocks, has intensified the pressure with many more patients from far and wide lining up to benefit from the facilities not available in other health facilities. This has resulted in an influx of patients beyond the normal capacity, especially with the maternal registrations. The auditor also noted or found that both services were completely free of charge and due to government policy. With the above, coupled with the slashing of the subventions, has seriously impacted the spending power of the hospital. And the review revealed that even numeration had to be supplemented from the drug revolving fund, which is primarily meant for procurement of supplementary drugs. And the auditor concluded that the above finding has seriously affected effectiveness of service delivery in terms of purchasing power, and that the tax disparity between the services offered with the resources available to be sustained, it is fast becoming unsustainable. And that the effect of the budget cut was claimed to be responsible for the non-availability of most of the supplementary drugs and other administrative supplies, and therefore recommended that the hospital board, in close collaboration with the management, is urged to engage the Ministry of Health on the issue with a view to finding settlement design to ease the current predicament. And that the Ministry of Health's attention is also hereby drawn to the situation and ought to prioritize the split for the plight of the hospital in this regard. In the meantime, the management and the board is also ought to explore other means of sourcing means to cover the shortfalls, while also ensuring that the current austerity measures are maintained to avoid crisis. Unfortunately, there's no response from the management. Let me first ask before I come to what actually should be the response of the management to that. How free services do you afford to the patients in this hospital? Free maternal services. How free are these services?
Free in no cost. Delivery is free of charge to Gambian women. Admission, if you are sick during pregnancy and childbirth, you can be admitted free of charge. After delivery, up to 42 days postpartum covers free maternity care. Children up to 5 years pay nothing, and it's difficult. In the guideline is there that above 5 years to 9 or 14 years there is a payment, I think, for $1. But provided you don't have the child welfare card, but the child welfare card is near universal. So where we generate, where for this category of patients that are exempted. Only the non-Gambians will pay. But if you are a non-Gambian married to a Gambian, you are covered.
The management,
Huh?
the
The
child
hospital,
welfare,
like when the child is born, that card, the blue card, what have the vaccination and the like.
no step.
Take
And
a-
then, yeah. Do you face with situations where prescriptions may be given and drugs are not available, and the patient should be forced to go out and die?
Need to think of what we include in that package.
I'm coming. That will be around constraints. Are you, yes, you are faced with those situations. And how frequent are those situations where prescriptions will be made and those will not be available? Yes, yes.
Sorry, Chair, I'm not putting on a hat, but if not, I would have taken it off.
One at a time.
I've taken off my hat, even though there is not one in my. Can we allow them to give us a management response first? Or why? Then we pick it up from there.
Maybe I'm concerned about this. I think fine. I said, before you come to my new response, I have this concern on the free district.
Because the auditors are looking at us. The report is not being answered, and we are posing questions
They will come to that in detail.
in detail.
Yes, they will come.
Thank you.
But he has just now, but I'm only trying to close that file. How frequent are we confronted with those kind of situations? Yeah, the issue was prescriptions should be made and drugs are not available. It's normal. Generally, we go to many hospitals, but how frequent are you confronted with that?
You can have a prescription, none is available. You can have a prescription, some are available. But I think the situation is in a precarious state now, if I have to tell you the truth. The AKI effect is also taking toll in the availability of medicines in the country. If I want to tell you about, let's say, anesthetic drugs, where if they are not available, you cannot do any operation, and pregnancy cannot wait till tomorrow for delivery, cesarean section. I get it from a syndicate from Senegal in order for my hospital to function. And that operation for that woman is free. Like fentanyl, an ampoule like this is 1,700. And that woman who is going for operation cesarean section, you will give fentanyl, you will give bupivacaine, you will give what free of charge. It's not sustainable. I'm not being very sarcastic here. I just want to, what I go through, every 3 days I have to shave my hair because of the stress of medication. I feel bad when a patient comes to the hospital and you prescribe, gotta get the medicine. It's not the best way for us to use it. But you know, some of these things, you need to look at it and how do we address them. But availability of some of these essential medicines, that is a challenge.
And what will be your recommendation?
Let them be available.
Essential medicine.
Yes. not drugs.
Okay, can we get down to the main issue? The auditors have made their observations as far as performance is concerned. Unfortunately, no response from the management or from the hospital. Other than what I've just said, what is your take?
Try to step in. I think maybe they concur with this. That's why they say no response to art. But I want to address something. When I came in May, I look at the payment for salaries. The payment out led the subvention for PE. I wrote a justification with everything where all the allowance and all these things are submitted. Thank God. I wrote it within 2 weeks. That was addressed. So from May, I came there on May 9th, but by June, the money arrived in our account by 31st May 2022, but by June, that issue is normal. So that aspect, even though I have not read this that time, but I saw the gap that it cannot go. You cannot be robbing Peter here and pay Paul. You reach at a stage where you will be coupled. So I have to write to the ministry with justification and evidences that this is the payroll and this is what you give. It doesn't match. But luckily, it was addressed within a space of 2 weeks.
So you are taking that silence means you concur with the auditors. And then they recommended that you engage in ministry to address the issue.
Mr. Chair, I want to speak on behalf of the board, and you're tasking us to explore means of sourcing for the shortfall. I believe we are all in this together. You are sitting here, the budget is coming. Prior to me serving in this board, I've served at the board in Canifin, and sometimes it's terrible. The CEO that he's really very patient, and he has the heart to serve this nation, because even the patient's food, they had to take some of these patients' food on credit, and you wouldn't sleep there at night. At a point, we had to intervene and ensure that we, engage finance to pay the area. What I want to bring out here is that if we have a budget as a country and we cannot cater for the bare minimum to take care of the hospitals, then we have not started. I am urging that you are part of the bigger budget at the National Assembly, and the budget is coming. Whatever is being provided for the hospitals, it's not even the bare minimum that they require to operate. So we will request that you consider ensuring that there is at least an adequate budget for us to operate. We are within this system, and expenses are they're going on an ongoing basis. And I want to say that there are some expenses you see going through that are in fact less important than what should be catered for. So I want to say we cannot do much because, of course, the board is not it's not a profit-oriented institution. So you cannot go and source for funding. We are depending on government, and we will request or urge that you please kindly safeguard an adequate budget for the respective hospitals, at least to operate with the bare minimum budget for service delivery. Thank you.
I don't think the board chair or rep, you've responded to the recommendation. You concur with the auditors on their findings.
Yes.
But they recommended that you need to engage the ministry to ease the predicament. One, and that the attention of the ministry is also drawn to by way of this report. The attention of the ministry is also drawn, both at your level, did you engage the ministry on this?
I want to say the ministry has consistently been engaged on this. But of course here, I'm assuming that after having engaged the ministry, the second level of the budget scrutiny will be at National Assembly. So we are asking that you help us at this level.
Now, you see, it is the minister. It is the minister. If you engage the minister will input it in the budget. That's why it's important you engage the minister. And then from there, when their attention is also drawn, at their level also, they can also act on it. The National Assembly will only come in to defend. But if you have not engaged the minister, and the minister did not put it there, yeah, I think it will be a problem. Yes. Sorry, Honorable Sane, if you want to come in. Okay.
I know sometimes like this year, I am taking it upon myself, where I have visited some institutions to find out so far what we are doing. And then I don't even come across any institution that will tell me so far. So we need to like they are saying. So we need to talk about us. But now if you go deeply also to investigate, and then we have already approved your activity. But the Minister of Finance also look at your request monthly. And that sometimes what the officers will be doing, they don't prioritize what is definitely needed. They sometimes prioritize where they will get something. And then this is denied by the minister. So this is another problem that I have. And then I'm looking at the Yambe Foundation, and it was funded the popularity. And then I know the volume of people will be receiving at the moment. And you look at again the size of the hospital. I know there is going to be a lot of challenge, whereby where people are hearing that it's free delivery of services, where everyone will want to come, even all the way from Kiang, Boni, because it's not only the service Bundu, when the hospital can only provide a maximum of 200 patients. And then I'm wondering how you people are coping with the flux of these patients coming to the hospital, especially those who do deliveries there at free of charge. And then you look at the number of rooms, the number of beds, how you accommodate all those things. I know it's going to be very challenging, but these are some of the things. I know people start claiming the National Assembly to get approved. We have approved. And they are telling us even what we have approved. It's less than 20%. Where's the fault then? Either no money, or because, like I said, it's not prioritized. It's the problem.
Mr. Chair, I want to take you back years back. We must thank the National Assembly last year for at least itemizing the hospitals in the national budget. It has never been the case. The problem started there. There, people don't value hospitals. And I cannot comprehend it when they say, IMF say we should not put the, so IMF telling you kill your people. Hospitals were never in the budget. So it was discretionary what they give to the hospitals. If you give less than $400 and you want beef there, you cannot get it. Precisely. The hospitals were not in the budget, and we are at the mercy of who gets what. If the ministry gets a small cake to distribute, I can tell you, I am lucky that I have worked in multiple hospitals in this country, and that gives me experience. If you know that every year people's salary increased by a grade point. If they were subventing you 4 million for salaries, they would never calculate that increment, grade point increment. And your accounts are in the commercial banks. They deduct their bank charges. These are never calculated. How do they survive? So that's why I start with commending the National Assembly last year for putting the hospitals, so we know that we exist in the budget. But that has never been the case. And that could be the reason in this 22 year we are reviewing. Because we are measuring against what? Because in the first place, we are non-existent.
We are saying that if you have problems, see your line ministry. And then I think our effort will be added onto that. Okay, that's important. Elijah, I saw your hand up.
Thank you. What I just wanted to say, well, we did that for a reason. And I think it was quite important that we bulk each ministry with somebody. Because we know what happened. In fact, when we at Fpac, when we look for the budget, sometimes we realize that we even forget some of the events. If we've come across at many times, that we have to put the attention and put that money added back into the budget. So we do a minute. So now the next stage is just to ensure that now we know exactly what is coming to you. We just have to ensure that what is accounted for, so that we can actually go to the next stage of trying to see what best we can do. Because if we still have the issues where for the past 3-4 years, some beneficiaries are not accounting for their money. So we have issues like that. So we just want to ensure that you keep going forward. So, Chair, what I want to point out, maybe I don't know, the committee help maybe should also be aware. The Bundung maternal is very peculiar. Because they are very specific about the service that they deliver. So it's not like it's a general hospital where they do everything, where they can actually have additional services and to actually be very different. So if you want to consider them as any other hospital, I think we need to bring them to the health committee, particularly during the budget. Because otherwise they will have issues. Because if you look at the other sources of funding, but then if you look at other general hospitals, they have other sources of funding. So which they can add to whatever is but it's quite different. And I think they need I think that's part of our recommendation. That the new panels must be very different from the original. Because of the courage that so I think those ones need to be really captured in our recommendation.
Okay.
Can I comment?
Yes.
Yesterday I had your presentation. You said something very touching. One of the reasons, this is, the auditors highlighted two reasons. One, because of the cut in the subventions, and the other reason is because of the fees. We must thank you. You've been very frank on this. You've said, yes, and this is as the result. Currently, what we are faced with is, I think it's the political cap. But thank God we don't have that thing. We are all trying to shy away. I will start it. Let me be good. Let's look at the policy. Changing that policy and saving lives. It's better than leaving it the way it is. What? We are all from home. We are married. We have sisters. And we have our wives. But let's see, how do we maintain that on sustainable? If it means charging the bare minimum, government subventions alone, those medications you've outlined with regards to the cesarean operation, one alone is 1,700. The other, when you add all of it, is going. We might not charge the people all of that cost, but there should be cost recovery. so that the drug revolving fund also can what grow. I want you to really elaborate on that. If not, we are saying it's free, but it is not free. Because at the end of the day, if you come, the service you require, you cannot have it. You come, instead of having a proper delivery, you end up delivering on the corridor. You cannot have medication. You need to do operation. Money is not there to buy the medicine. You rather charge me. Let me pay and save my life. But make it free. Please, if you can kindly help the committee, we elaborate on that. And I would also appeal to Chair. Yeah. I would also appeal to Chair. I think this particular component concerns us when it comes to sources of finance. We are the Public Accounts Committee. We can also scrutinize the government policy with regards to the free medical services. And if need be, if at all we believe, as per the audit recommendation, it's not sustainable, we can come up with recommendations. We also have a responsibility on that. But right now, if the CEO can help us expand on that particular one, at your level, what do you think the committee can do? The policy itself.
For me, I may not, before I talk about the policy, I may just, what I want to happen in Bundu. In Bundu, that matters to me more than the policy. I'm coming.
This free medical service is concerned. Then you can shed light on that. Then generally you can come to Bundu.
And I think when the Honorable picked me to speak, I think he want to solve my problem in Bundu. So allow me to just say that there is room to expand the hospital because there is another deck that should. Maybe the National Assembly can fund that and they will be in the history books of the country. About the policy, you see, pregnancy and childbirth is a physiological condition. And it is true that the human race is propagated. Do we want to say that we don't have priority to value health of women and children to put more money there so that they will not suffer catastrophic health expenditure? The benefits of this thing, the free maternity care, outweighs the introduction of user fees. Before, only 45% of Gambian women register for antenatal care. Today, because of the free maternity care, 98% of Gambian women register for antenatal care. Before, institutional deliveries was below 40%. We are talking about institutional deliveries goes to over 90%. These are benefits that are brought about by the free maternity care. Children who are very innocent. I can remember one day I was traveling and I passed through Ghana and I grabbed a newspaper. A baby was kept hostage at the hospital because the mother cannot pay the delivery fee. That's inhumane. That baby is innocent. I just want to show how the use of fee can bar people from uptake of care that is essential to their life. We can reprioritize and make health a priority for the population, particularly women and children. Nobody pays a woman to be pregnant. But if there are no pregnancy, the human race would have been extinct. These are arguments for free maternity care. The drawback of the free maternity care is sustainability. Because we should have a system, and I have said this when I was Director of Health Services, and I will reiterate it. You see, when they say free, it's free to the user, but somebody should have been responsible for paying that service. The gloves, the medicines, the time of the medical doctor, the water used, the IV fluid, and all those supplies used should have been calculated. And when a facility conducts a delivery, they are calculated and they are reimbursed. That in some countries, that's how it goes. This free policy of maternal and child health did not start in the Gambia. And it's working on some countries. Maybe they are more developed, yes. In Rwanda, which is an African country, is working, and they are not suffering this. But if you say free, you don't put the supplies. My area of interest and specialty is maternal and child health. And I want women and children to survive. Anything that will promote their health, I will be there. But I cannot give a prescription what we should do or what we should have not done. It's a national dialogue that the technocrats need to sit with the financiers to see how maternal and child health is financed.
I think CEO that was up, and it's good. I just want us to capture what he said. Basically, after listening to you, that's to the consumables. It's echoing, okay? So what I'm saying is, after listening to you, Mr. CEO, you want to propose that you can embrace cost of and the payment of the Are they getting me now? What I'm saying is, you did indicate the relevance of the free delivery. And you did indicate how it helped in what? And some of the proposals you brought up, which the committee can look at. How best do we ensure that when I be recorded and later reimbursed? Somebody should cover it. Who is covering it? Can be the government. So that's what I mean by it. You don't mean the woman paying it. No. Okay? Because the recovery here should be by the government. Okay? And also to make sure that the duration of the health personnel are covered. I just want us to be precise whether those were the 2 points that, so that the committee can have it when we are coming up. Because they are very important.
There should be somebody who meet the cost. And usually it's a government. That if they have a what they call it performance, you deliver, and maybe the finance has a system there. They come and verify that what you are submitting is accurate, and they reimburse that. But the woman will get care free.
What it's saying, it actually makes a lot of sense, because there's nothing like free in the world. Even in our school system, we have this SIG, where every child, there's amount of money that's put on your head, and the government actually pays it, and that's what the school actually uses. And I think maybe the same. So I think also the same. Just, we calculate maybe let's say the average cost of like in the private you may pay. So whatever is agreed, and then you said okay if you do about 200 a month, so you multiply that by a certain amount, and then that's the money you're going to use to manage yourself. So you're going to say that at the end of the day, even the subvention can even be put aside because you have the money you have. Those things. So I think that could be a very good idea that maybe we need to come in our recommendation, just like what we are doing in our school system. We try to look at that also in the health.
And grant. We have in hospital called Hospital Improvement Grant.
Just want to ask, I understand that there are a lot of grants coming in the health sector. So I would like to ask the CEO whether they do receive grants from donor agencies. That is one. And two, who prepares your budget? And what are the scale of preferences applied?
Thank you, Honorable, for asking that. Maybe to quantify or to qualify it, either a grant. So I don't remember anywhere where the hospital, Bundong Maternal and Child Hospital, receive a grant, but we do receive some form of donation, and these donations mostly
These donations, are they monetary or equipments or what? And do you disclose them in your accounts?
Yes.
And we do understand, like the chair rightly said, there is hospital development fund that comes from the Ministry of Health as well.
That has never been given to Bundong Maternal and Child Hospital.
Maybe it does not apply to hospital. Maybe it applies to health facilities.
But every year we do indicate in our budget, development budget, we submit it to the ministry. But we never receive a dime towards development.
Why I raise it, I know a budget goes through a process. And the lady here was saying we, the National Assembly, we should help. Like you rightly said, those are things that they should put in the budget. And we never cut the budget of the Ministry of Health. So maybe you are not putting the right needs, what you need at your health facilities. And equally, I would also want to comment on what the honorable nominated member said. That's the essence of taxation. We pay our taxes to be given certain services. You understand? And it should even be expanded to even people with critical health conditions. You understand? There should be, like for instance, if somebody happened to encounter an accident, so when he comes to the hospital, do you charge money to that person?
I think the one thing with all the challenges, the Ministry of Health, they should be given credit for emergencies are exempted from medical charges. This country, that you cannot ask user fees to somebody who has a critical condition. That is not allowed with the correct system and guidelines. The issue of budgeting is our responsibility. The hospital do it and submit based on what they feel. But you fail to understand that prior to making the budget, the Minister of Finance have given every ministry a ceiling. Now, when, let me use in this local language. Instead of like, kui sedale, usually the fawara jox ñeneen mucce boppam. But so jëlee ñëw nga jëkka jël. We see it in our ngentes. The one who is giving out this thing. The one who is giving the pancake. He first take his and put in his pocket. Now,
sorry, you have answered my question.
So I'm
That's
just
what
allowing
exactly
to
I'm saying. That's the problem. That's where the problem lies. And priority is not given to the areas needed. Health. That is number one in any country. For any country to develop, you have to prioritize health. So your problem is not the National Assembly, but your problem is the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Finance, because you are given a ceiling. That's where the cutting starts.
But some of these things, you see, the ministry is constrained also. Frankly, when they give you a ceiling, and you look at the cost of a basic equipment, you know, a health facility is not just a building. The way they build a health facility is different the way they build a school. It's not the same. And a school, you can go and you can teach under a tree. Huh? Nobody will take you to police. But you cannot do a surgical operation under a tree. So these are issues. The cost should be looked at. I'm not defending the ministry, but frankly, I have worked there and I know what they suffer. Unless, so one of these things, how it can solve it is your going out helps a lot for you to see physically how things operate.
Equally,
Thank you very much.
Equally, I think he cannot, he knows I am a good partner with these hospitals, most of the hospitals. This is what I'm saying. Anyway, you are right, but my position is that you are restricted from the very beginning, where the budgeting starts. So I think priority needs to be given to your health facilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. and then Honorable Chair. Well, honorable members, the last part is the review of previous management later points, which I will read the updates. On that one, okay.
I just want to find out exactly how do you keep your accounts?
How do we?
How do you keep your financial transactions?
Transactions. Well, is it recording? First and foremost, every transaction before it is processed, because it either has to go through a processing, that's supposed to be a request. This request has to be sent to the CEO. So,
an accounting system.
And actually, the accounting system, I think that will form part of my what I'm trying out, because I also want to give a talk about exactly some of the constraints we have gone. Yeah.
Use any accounting system, and from there later on you can come on.
There is no accounting system.
So all the things you do is kept manual.
No. I think you're talking about this period of audit, or
during the not now.
No accounting system. Yeah. Yeah.
Finally, the review of previous management later points on statement of financial position, that is the balance sheet, not implemented, bank reconciliation implemented, staff master file and establishment register not implemented. This could be found in page 29. And the non-current asset register, that is the fixed asset register, not implemented. Non-current asset procurement not implemented. Fuel implemented. On performance review,
Yeah, I think it's better.
Yeah, I will just refer them then. The later one will be updating us at the level of the implementation. And then the staffing partially implemented, staffing not implemented, equipment partially implemented, and then drugs not implemented. Will be well informed in the one that we are coming to, that is the 2017 to 2018, on the status of the implementation of these previous management data point. On that note, honorable members, we have concluded the 2016 report. The chairperson, you are here. You said the onus lies on the National Assembly to work on the budget. But you work on your budget first. Put all your priorities in your budget. What you submit to the Ministry of Finance bilateral, we are very much concerned. I think most of the companies have taken that move. They request for your submission to the Ministry of Finance. If by sealing they remove anything and you at the bilateral at the company level, what they can adjust, they will look into your submission first and they will act on that to necessary adjustment. But if you have not put that in your budget, it will be very difficult for the National Assembly to come in and then add anything that you have not requested for. Last year we did that for many institutions. What they initially requested and then we are not giving to them, we gave back everything to them. So equally you do that. Try to put it in your budget first and then submit. If it happened that they were not considered at the level of the bilateral, the Ministry of Finance, at the bilateral with the committee, if they are convinced, they can recommend for the fund to be augmented. And Clara is here. Yes.
I think, Honorable Chair, if you look at the way it works, there is a disconnect. When you are calling these people, often you invite the ministry. But some of these things, hospitals are not aware. I think you should go a step further to engage the hospitals, not only on this part, Fpac. That will help. Because the interaction between you and us, I think I was the last person who came to this roof in 2014. The only hospital that came here ever to present his work. From there, 2014 up to 2022, that's the time we are coming here. So we have been forgotten for all these years. We would be very grateful. This partnership will be, when the health facilities are functional, they are functional for all human beings in this country. Let us take an example during the COVID. No matter how rich you are, you sat put in this country because there's no plane to take you out. We should prepare our health system to be responsive to the needs of the population so that all of us have health security. A lot of people died here because they cannot go, regardless of their status, because that's it. So I'm saying that the interaction between the hospitals and the National Assembly is more of this. And I think it should be expanded so that we are aware. If you call the ministry, usually they will just call the people there at the corridor. We are there up country. They say it's a waste of time to come. Before they come, these people call us, let's go. So that's how it is.
Honorable members, let's proceed on the next report that has to do with audit report for 2017 to 18. And that one where we have unresolved issues. If you go to page 46, or page 44 rather, the financial reporting framework, and according to the auditors, that one, the financial statements were appropriately revised to be in line as required. And then we go to non-maintenance of general ledger. According to the auditor, that was also reviewed and we are in line. Opening balances in page 46. That too was regularized, and lack of adequate disclosure. That too, the financial statements were appropriately revised, and then non-maintenance revenue collection cash book, and that one will be to be verified during our subsequent audit exercise. And then on that, we'd like the management to take us through on the recommendation, their response, The management should ensure that the cash book is maintained by each revenue collector to record all ticket sales on a daily basis. Page 49.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Actually, this recommendation, the cash book has been all the revenue collectors to record their tickets, sales, the various services, and these cash books are made available.
They are made available.
Yeah.
So that is to say, at this juncture, they are regularized.
Yeah.
The auditor verified during, and then they said should be in the subsequent report. So we could confirm that in the subsequent report. Auditor?
Yes, we can already confirm that has been regularized during our audit.
Okay, thank you. And the next one also that has to do with improper maintenance cash book, according to auditor, that too has been regularized. In page 50, yeah, where they are regularized, will not dwell into that. And I go to page 52, unaccounted deposits. Unaccounted deposit, there is pending issue. However, the remaining differences are not resolved. I think we need clarification on that. Okay. 50. Yeah, that's what I'm waiting, saying the last sentence of that says, however, the remaining differences were not resolved. I said, that's where we need clarification. Management. On page 52, the unaccounted deposits. And you responded in page 53.
Yeah, verification has been made, and for both the under and the overstatement of the cash book figures, and we found out that the figures asked for the deposit slips were correct and maintained as reported. However, on the 17th of March 2017, in the data, the amount of 15,000 and 10,000 plus 5,000 was recorded, combining two figure amounts. On this very particular day, two separate deposits were made to the bank in the amounts of 10,000 and 5,000 on different deposit slips. Why we did this? Because this was done to segregate the revenue for various service tickets at the time of going to the bank. Because when going to the bank, because we want to know, so every deposit made is for which service area, like the lab, the OPD, and all those things. So this particular day, what was entered in the cash book, the other cash book 15,000, but on the deposit slips is done separately. So that's the issue. Thank you.
Audit.
The 5,000 which was said not to be deposited was verified and found accurate. The cash book is also adjusted accordingly to reflect the deposit slips. However, the remaining difference were not resolved.
Finance.
And on this particular, because that's the our point of contention is that this 5,000 that they're talking about is consists of the deposits that was entered in the cash book, 15,000. So, but when going to the bank to make the deposits, so they are separated. So 10,000, like for OPD, then 5,000 like for lab. So normally we don't combine the payments when we are depositing. So because we want to segregate all the deposits that are made to the bank so that we can know for each service area how much has been collected. So that's the issue on this particular day.
Sorry?
I think our position is very clear. It's not the issue of recording. It's about the issue of depositing to the bank. We could see the 5,000 being deposited, but the other 10,000 we could not.
Yes, the issue is on depositing.
Okay, as per this, when we're making our findings, because exactly this is the payment made to the bank and it is deposited as it's recorded here. So, but nonetheless, we can go back and verify and make this thing available for the verification.
No. The 10,000 was deposited during mass. If you look at the table properly, the 10 was deposited. The difference is the 5,000, not the 10. Just check the DRF cash book and the deposit slip.
I think issue is on the difference.
Yes, the issue is on the difference, and the 5,000 has to be verified. Because the DRF cash book is 15,000 and the deposit slip is 10,000. So meaning the difference is 5,000. And that one has been regularized.
Chairperson, that is correct.
Yeah, I think, yeah, even the auditors for the comment, that's the issue. Governor? No, here say so. Or you want to come in?
Yes, thank you, Honorable. Yeah, I just wanted to say that the important issue there, after the 5,000 has been confirmed as deposited, that's the difference. But if you notice the table, there were over and under deposits, which means this is a trend of untimely deposits. Sometimes you hold the cash, then you deposited some, and then later on you are going with an additional card, and you have the leftover of yesterday. That trend you could see. Maybe is to advise that, you know, timely deposits, and when you're doing your deposit also, you do it as per what you have on your cash book.
On timely deposit. Popana, want to come?
Which means the 5,000 is what? What's the difference? What was not deposited? The question will be to the auditors, did you verify that this 5,000 is deposited? And if so, what do you mean by however the remaining difference was not done?
If you refer to the table on page 52, you could see there were orders. And yes, we can confirm the deposit slip was brought to our attention of the 5,000 that was brought for further evidence. And we have reviewed and found that it was actually deposited. But the other differences, that is now where the difference is.
To reform the senior accounts clerk like this money, because that's the difference here. It's like it's the overstatement of the money. Because the deposit was like the senior accounts clerk deposited more than what he should have deposited. That's the difference here. I think to regularize it is to reform the senior accounts clerk.
What's the reform? What's the reform to who? Are you using the mic? Yes. Can you complete what you were saying?
No, I said here, the difference here is to regularize it is to refund the senior accounts clerk the money. Because he deposited more than what he should have deposited. In the table, that's what the table is showing here.
Yeah, you are done? Put your mic up. Yes.
Look at the table. The DRF cash. Let's check the transaction. DRF cash book, which is your internal record. What you recorded there was 2,700. And as for the deposit, 2,300 was deposited. That was an under deposit. Let me land. For us, we will not look at the surplus. Yes. We wouldn't look at the surplus. Because there are series of, you'll have additions and what subtractions. Huh? And then you'll have a similar transaction of 100. The over deposits, I'm seeing 800, 400, 400, 700 again. But now that takes us back to what AG is. What we should do is make sure we can make it and in an accurate what?
CEO or AG,
Chair, I just want to comfort Honorable Mbow. The financial regulation is very clear. If you put any cash in government deposit area, that automatically it belongs to the government. Excess cash, that is why they should be very careful don't mix up your own cash with the cash book of the government. If the auditors even found it there and they count, and you make a saving of an OSUSU there or whatever, it belongs to the government.
That's serious.
Just want to assure you, moving on, we have aware of this. I have been grappling with this wherever I work, and I saw it, that because they don't bank on time and it's kept. So now what we have, and I told you earlier on that each of the cashiers has a book. When you take a ticket from the DRF senior clerk, they will enter it there. And the leaves that has been sold, when you are surrendering, the DRF guy confirm, and let's say add all the surrendered monies and deposit them, and he should record the date and what. Like if you collect on the 31st is Sunday, we work every day. You collect Sunday and that is 31st. Okay, 31st is Friday or Saturday. Sunday there is no banking day. I always tell them, when you are depositing those monies collected for that month that has elapsed, first deposit that separately, and the additional month you deposit separately. Because why I'm doing this, I'm also trying to monitor revenue collection by service delivery area. Today I know on average, each department how much you collect. Because we are buying, let's for the lab, we are buying the reagents. When the exemptions are low, you can at least get near that. So we know where we are getting more revenue, and so it.
Thank you very much. Honorable members may proceed. So now, auditors, what is the take or stand as far as this unresolved 5,000 is concerned?
Yeah, the 5,000 was resolved. Now, technically, if you analyze the table, there is an over deposit of 2,800 at the table. And that deposit of 2,800. But that is technically forfeited to government, to the hospital. The donation to from the account. Yes.
2,200. 800.
Yes.
800. So there's no longer outstanding 5,000. So instead, you have donated to the government 2,200, maybe from your Isuzu. Okay. Let's proceed. The next one has to do with miscalculation of donation. That one appropriately adjusted, and an understatement in cash book, page 54. That too, the statement appropriately adjusted in page 55. In page 55, lack of time and pay sheet for daily paid staff. That the Adjustment will be reviewed in the next audit. Let's take that in the next audit. The action taken by the management will be reviewed in the next audit. Lack of inadequate information in personal files, that too the action will be reviewed in the next audit. Okay, you can do so.
I can assure you that from this audit, the personal files of all the individual staff have been updated to have their, if the Minister of Health appointee, we need their appointment letter there. If they are PMO confirmed, we need all those things. And if they are hospital appointee, all their documents are in place. Also, the other issue you raised about daily wage, we have done away with daily wage. There is no daily wage staff in Bundu.
Thank you for that information. Lack of appointment file, that to action taken by the management will be reviewed in the next audit. Incorrect postings in the cash book. For that one, we would like the management to respond. The auditor recommends that the cash book should be adjusted and the financial statement revised accordingly. Management? Yeah. That's something.
Thank you, Mr. Kerr. Actually, what has been recorded in the cash book was what was actually paid, except for a typo. It was a typo error of 3,000 was recorded instead of 12,000. And actually, the cash book was adjusted accordingly. Uh, 3,000 instead of 12,000. Yeah. As per our further comment, it was resolved.
In the cash book, that one has been regulated, has been reviewed and found accurate. Payment in bank statements not posted in cash book, that too has been regulated. Incorrect treatment of council payments. The adjustment done. Misclassification of payments, that to appropriate adjustment done. Payment without adequate supporting documents. Action taken by the management to be confirmed in the next audit. Use of one payment voucher number for two different payments. The action taken will be reviewed in the next audit. On that, non-deduction of withholding tax. The action taken, the audit of the management rather has acted, and action taken will be reviewed in the next audit. And the auditor noted that the inclusion of DRF was an oversight. Can you shed light on that? Page 68. Page 68. Yes. Where are you? Okay, we'll come. Yeah, let's deal with this one. Yes.
Honorable Chair, thank you very much. DRF payments, DRF is actually a drug revolving fund. It is not a supplier as such. So that was why it was noted as an oversight that it shouldn't have been listed as something that actually should be paying withholding tax. there should be no deductions.
No deduction.
No.
Okay. So number 4 is page 64. Yeah, page 64 is payment without adequate supporting documents. And then what we noted is that the auditors for the comment, the action point will be reviewed during the next audit exercise. What is your take?
My take is that most of the payments are medical items. However, effort try to understand the response correctly. Trying to conclude that it will be difficult to get supportive documents when medical items are. If you look at the value in question, Honorable Chair, in 2017 we are talking about 101,000, and in 2018 we are talking about 756,000. And the auditors are indicating that it is not resolved. They are in fact encouraging management to make sure that supportive documents are attached. This one goes squarely to the finance director, not the CEO. He is the custodian of the funds. You know that no payment should be done without the supportive documents. That is the only evidence you have to indicate that a transaction has transpired. So why is it difficult? Or why do you want to really justify that medical items should be exempted?
Thank you, Honorable, for the question. And actually, here, when we say medical items like drugs, because sometimes some of these suppliers, some of these drugs or medical consumables are not available everywhere in the market, because there are instances whereby not all will have these medical consumables. And there are times as well, you cannot go, because especially when it comes to life savings drugs, sometimes there are instances whereby we have this framework. That's why we go into framework agreement with some of the suppliers, to be supplying these life-saving medications. But nonetheless, it doesn't necessarily mean that it is deliberate that but they are made available.
I will give you 3 instances which are not medical items. Look at on the 25th of May, Modern Stationery Store. On the 15th of October, Batimat. We all know Batimat sell building materials. And then on the 20th of December 2018, Angel Catering. Catering is basically about food services. We are not saying we are taking the narration with regard to medical services. But what we want to say is these 3 are not medical items.
Yeah, thank you. That's why I say it is not limited to only medical items, because some of the things mentioned here. Yeah. What we are Honorable, thank you. Your concern is noted. Here, sometimes some of these payments, especially when it is not medically related, because sometimes most of these things are provided on credit. Some of these things, mostly, some of them, sometimes are provided on credit. Sometimes some suppliers, they are not ready to give Two, most of these things are rescue.
This is purely about the finance. Before you make payment, you must have a check. If you look at what the auditors are noting, one thing which is uniform among all of them, there is no delivery note. And delivery note is there to ensure that in fact you have received the goods. And as the finance director, I think part of your responsibility before making any payment is to ensure that value has first been received. But that evidence is not there at all. And what is more worrying is when you say some of the suppliers are not willing to give out support. How do we ensure value for money? How do you ensure that? If at all you don't have documentation, but you are still comfortable to make payments, how do you ensure value for money?
Actually, value for money will come value for money. But in this instance, we have noted the constraint of the recommendation of the auditors. So every effort has been made to right.
Yes, I just want to confirm. Are you familiar with the Public Finance Act 2014 and the Financial Regulations 2016? Are you familiar with them? It seems that's very limited actually. Because if you understand them both, you know that this is not actually acceptable. Yeah. So I think what you can do is go back and get a copy of them and go through them. You actually have a clear understanding of what you need to do when you are receiving or you are paying whatever. Because to pay without an invoice, that one moment is a no go.
I want to give assurance. This was the past, but I just want to assure the honorable members that it has been from moving on from 2020. I don't sign any documentation, any check. Accept that.
It's a yes or no question. Were you there in 2018?
I'm there since 2009.
Oh, that question has already passed. It has been answered already. But then, nevertheless, I'll come with another question with regards to the check that was signed, and this was not during your time, as you said. So, but then, what do you think about that particular check that was signed? What happened? So, do we just forget about it and then proceed, or what do we do? What is your advice as the CEO, since it is the management?
I think by principle, we need to ascertain whether we can get the invoices. It's just agencies are just for principle.
Just to put a further clarification, because suppliers mentioned here, because there's no payment made without an invoice. Even though there's not going to be a supporting document, they all have an invoice. So invoice will be sought, because no payment will be processed without invoice. Except the one that is not having support. That one we acknowledge and we
Director, if you come to an entity, there are certification and it is for a reason. The invoice will be supplied by what? By the supplier. Once the invoice is received, you take that to the account. When the goods come in, that is the value in return for the money that you are going to pay. Who receives that? And the individual receiving the items will confirm the authenticity of the transaction. By that time, you, the finance director, you would not be there. You would sign it and receive the goods inside the shop. And the rest of the documentation will be found. So the invoice, per se, I mean, it's a document, but it doesn't complete the authenticity of the transaction. Altogether. So to say an invoice is there, I mean, that doesn't justify that payment have to be done. The invoice is just a bill. But for you, what do you receive? There is no proof of whether you've received them or not. And this is where we are concerned.
So can we proceed? However, we took note that the action points would still be reviewed in the next audit. And then we go to the next issue, 68, improper filing of requests. So for that one, the issues are not resolved, and we would like the management to respond to the audit recommendation. The audit recommended that the management should ensure that the requests are properly filed and reference to their respective payments for petty cash vouchers, or attach the request to the payment voucher concerned. Management, page 68.
Yes, Chair, all requests filed and approved are accompanied with the payment vouchers, while the unapproved requests remain in the request file, where all requests are sent for approval. For the ones that are approved are sent to the account department to payment, and they are attached to the payment voucher. Ones that are not approved,
sorry, can you speak to the mic? Otherwise,
all requests, all requests payments for approval are sent to the office of the CEO, and they are kept in a file. Every request that has been approved will be sent to the account department for payment to be processed. So at this process, these approved requests are attached to the payment voucher. So the ones that are not approved remain in the request files.
audit, further comment?
During the audit exercise, most of the transactions selected were without the respective requisition, and payment vouchers were not referenced to the requisitions. Therefore, we were going through the request file to look for most of the transactions, which was really time consuming. However, this is now really thing of the past, as confirmed during our audit exercise.
So we can say it's regulated. Fofana, I saw your hand. It's okay. Okay. Now let's take to the next issue that has to do with non-compliance with the GBA rules and regulations. That one, the management had acted on, and the audit indicated that the action will be reviewed during the next audit exercise. So we check that what has been acted on will be reviewed in the next audit exercise. Lack of authorized petty cash float, that too, the audit noted that the action will be reviewed in the next audit exercise. Next will be over and under retirement of petty cash in Fpac 72. That too, the query and recommendation of the audit have been acted on by the management, and the action will be reviewed during the next audit exercise. For petty cash expenses above the threshold, the query and recommendations were acted on by the management, and the action will be reviewed during the next audit exercise. In Fpac 74, splitting petty cash expenses, that to the query and the recommendations were acted on by the management, and the action point will be reviewed during the next audit exercise. Fuel allocation or fuel allocation to unauthorized staff. The query and the recommendations were also acted on by the management. And the management action point 2 will be reviewed in the next audit exercise. On over disbursement of fuel allocation, that to the recommendation and then the findings were reviewed by the management, and the action point will be reviewed in the 2021 audit exercise. For the cash and bank balances, that is the non-performance of an issue for the over disbursement of fuel allocation. Okay. Yeah, I think that, yeah, this has an issue when we have the appendix A. In the next page, so in the last page, page 90. So we need clarification on that. The management, sorry, before the audit will come, but management, this over disbursement of fuel allocation, and then if you go to the annex in page 90, consistently, if I put it that way, what we tend to have the authorized amount to be, that's supposed to be allocated, and what is disposed for exceed that for both the CEO, deputy CEO, and then the principal nursing, and then the principal accounting officers. The difference total amount to 22 million. We would like the management to shed light on that for 2017. So 22,000, not million. Sorry for that. Corrected, 22,000. And then if you go to 2018 also, the same, and this time around, I would say it's even the worst, especially for the month of October, was 17,500 was disbursed instead of 6,000. And for the month of December, 10,000. Overall, the total for that particular, or the total is not stated, where, okay, 56,750 is the over disbursement of the full allocation. We would like the management to shed light on that. Yes, management.
Thank you, Chair. It is noted, and during this time, our management response was measures will be taken to remedy the situation. However, this usually happens when an official staff trying to carry out an official transaction.
Can you use the mic? People down there want to hear what you are saying.
It's the mic that is going on and off. The management response during this period was measures will be taken to remedy the situation, it is understood. But however, this situation usually happens when an official staff is sent to carry out official duties while using his or her vehicle. This was what transpired there. Or the over disbursement of the fuel above threshold.
You're trying to say, I think the allocations are meant for official duties.
Yeah.
And now you are trying to say that this overspending occur when they are using their vehicle for other official duties, functions?
Yes.
How did that happen?
Okay. Because sometimes if we look at the fuel allocation, towards the end of the month, the fuel allocated for officers get finished. So when official transaction has to be executed, so you will tell CEO actually there is no fuel. So the fuel allocation for the month is for example, 4,000. Towards the end of the month. So now the vehicle you are using have to buy the extra fuel itself for you to be able to commit with your vehicle. So to supplement that, when you are assigned to go and do extra other duties, you have to see actually there is no fuel. Well allocated to you towards the end of the month. Most of the time, that's it.
But if you look at this is very consistent. And if it happens 1 year, one could say, you can make the recommendation to the board that the fuel that is allocated for the officials are not enough so that can be regularized, rather than keeping the same every month, every year. You know it's not enough. You don't recommend to the board to make adjustment. Chairperson, what's your take on that? Oh, no chairperson here? You finance before chairperson. Okay. Then the chairperson, that will be the final district.
Yes. He's the one that goes last. No, normally he goes last.
Yeah, because
yes,
the final decision has to come because the chairperson, the board should supposed to observe this. And then they should put a remedial measure in place. So you can now better inform us the remedial measure, failure of taking the remedial measure, I think can be now put to the chairperson. Yeah, on finance, sorry, somebody want to ask something on finance?
Yes, yes.
Mbo?
Yes, I just want to find out actually who was the authorizing officer. Because you've been told that the chief executive officer was 6,000, but you gave him 9,000. And you've been told also that the principal accountant, which is yourself, was 4,000, but you give yourself 5,500. So who was authorizing this?
Authorization come from the CEO.
From the
CEO.
So the CEO approves for himself. The hospital administrator. The authorize the fuel. And you have evidences on that. This one. The budget, he signed the budget, he's authorizing. But this limit, who gave the limit? Was it not the board? Yeah, the board said this is the limit for each one. So don't you think that it's also going to be correct for the board also to give authority to those things? Because now, which means there is no need for the board to authorize anything. Because the board gave a limit. So if you want to bust this, but if you want to bust the limit, then it should be the board that's authorized, not the administrator.
So to conclude, who is the authorizing officer? Honorable Mbo, your question was who is the authorizing officer?
Yes, today.
And what is her response?
Administrator.
Administrator,
yes. Which should not be.
The authorizing officer, administrator. Then, and that was not correct. And that was what resulted to all this overspending. Partly. And partly what?
Okay. I think why they're saying also what Mr. Bauer some people are here who by here who are justify it. But if you look at also 4,000 or 6,000,
Okay. Fofana?
Yes. Yeah, again, my question will be really dictated by the management response and what is available. The part of the response said, however, this usually happens when an official staff is sent to carry out official transactions using his or her own vehicle. Let's assume we accept that. Now let's look at the reality. Go to page 90 and page 91. In page 90, Annex A. If you look at that Annex A, the total over disbursement in 2017 was 22,000. Out of that, the CEO was given 13,500.
Can we have a
Yes, yes.
What I'm saying is, in 2017, the total over of fuel was 22,000. Out of that, the CEO was given 13,500, which is 61% of the total over disbursements. If you go to 2018, the total over disbursements was 56,750, and the CEO alone was given 31,500, which represents 55%. So, does it mean in Bundum Maternal Hospital the CEO is any other staff who can be sent on errands?
Yes, Finance Director.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable. Observation. Actually, during this period, we can say the CEO, most of the transactions, most of the things, you don't say anything. So, essence of allocating, giving well more than the threshold. So that is between him and the administrator. Likewise, other apps as well.
But, yeah. But finance director, I have the right to say, when you are saying, when an official staff is sent to carry out official transactions, you were not referring to the CEO. Let's get it as it is. You were not referring to the CEO. Is that correct?
Yeah, because according to the audit report, it's in that.
No, forget about the audit report. I mean your management
Yeah,
response.
so, yeah.
Can I finish? When you said, when staff were sent to carry out official transactions, am I right to say you were not referring to the CEO?
Actually, you did mention
No.
happens 60% and
Let's get this right. Let's answer that. When you said official staff were sent to carry out transactions, were you referring to the CEO? Yes or no?
no, your questions also those people.
No, wait. You know what I'm trying to substantiate here? Your management response does not in any way address the underlying reasons. And that is the fact. You should have taken responsibility. But you were saying it. The CEO was using his powers to get extra allocation. That is the fact. But it was not like staff were sent. This is consistent both in 2017 and 2018. If that is pointed out, then the new CEO is here. We can pave a way forward. But if you tell us staff were sent on errands, and we realize that what the numbers are telling us is different, you bring it to your notice. And I'll ask you the question again. When you said staff were sent to carry out errands, were you referring to the CEO? You send your CEO to carry out errands.
No, sending the CEO.
Can Mr. CEO come in? This is the no, this is what you are trying to say. You send CEO to go and carry out errands. You will not send him. He is here.
And actually, as far as in his capacity as a CEO, institution. So he's going on behalf of the assigned responsibility. So it can be qualified.
And I will share that's my case, but based on the evidence, and what we are seeing, over 50% consistently between 2017 and 2018. The over disbursements, over 50% was a direct allocation to the CEO. I think in our recommendations, we can put that into perspective. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Chair, I think this question will bring me back to the non-availability of vehicle for your other transactions to the bank. So extra fuel allocation was given to the CEO with all his powers and the finance director. So, but you do financial allocations for fuel to the CEO for staffs to be sent on errands, but you cannot give extra fuel allocation for the money to be taken to the bank. Is that the case?
No, because the extra for the monies to be taken to the bank, this extra fuel is part of it. To take monies to the bank, this extra fuel is part of it.
But I ask, couldn't someone volunteer for the money for his vehicle to take the money to the bank? And the answer from the CEO was, you cannot ask anybody because the staff were having their own vehicle. So they cannot be asked to give their vehicle, their car or vehicle, to take the money to the bank. That was the answer. So it cannot be part of the fuel. It cannot be part of the extra fuel given, is it?
Yeah, but you asked for if somebody can volunteer. Volunteer in what capacity? So here somebody can volunteer for his vehicle, but based on
voluntarily meaning the vehicle, but the office or the management or your office should have given the fuel allocation, isn't it?
Yeah, that's happens.
So, but why was it not the answer directly then?
One.
Come back to the board. I'm sure if the board is meeting as required, this issue of over disbursement will be brought to the attention of the board. I want to find out whether it had happened at any point in time. So that is a question posed. I want to say in the first quarter for January, the first quarter for 2017, it happened January, February, March from 6,000 to 8.7, 7.5, and 8.5 respectively. If the board had been meeting consistently, this over disbursement of the full allocation must have been brought to the attention of the board. Did it happen?
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes, we can hear.
Okay. I want to say the current board is meeting as per act. This was, of course, this could have surfaced during the prior board. Of course, it's still our responsibility to ensure that there's standardization in terms of what is allocated. Of course, in terms of the divorce between official and personal, there's a thin dividing line. And perhaps we would have to look at it at the level of the board, whereby we would have to perhaps ensure that whatever is allocated as per the approved rates for the different individuals are stick to, then fair allocation now is provided through the vehicles that are meant for the normal errands, for official errands to be taken care of. So, but of course we take it up at the level of the board to ensure that we review what currently obtained with a view to ensure that this thing does not repeat itself.
Well, my question is not answered. So you could not answer because you were not in the previous board. That could be the case.
Yes.
But that means it's an abnormality. It should not happen that way, because if it happens first month, second month, third month, the management should bring it to attention to the board, because what is allocated to them is inadequate, so that they do something about it. You cannot just ignore that and continuously do it. First year you do it, second year you keep on doing it. Whether the board is aware or not, the board should be aware of it, and that should be remedied. CEO, then finally, Honorable Champ. CEO.
Yes, Chair.
He's going to respond.
Let the CEO respond
Yeah.
first. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Honorable Chair, I don't want to defend the CEO, then CEO, but I think what you said is true. If it's not enough, they should take the matter to the board to revisit the quota. Having said that, the role of the CEO cannot be predicted in terms of attending unscheduled meetings to the Minister of Health and other important official transactions. I know that most of these, I said earlier on this morning, and most of these hospitals, they don't have view. And Bundung CEO has never benefited from an official vehicle. And he is expected to attend any meeting called by the ministry. If the ministry called for a meeting, for a retreat at Tendaba, he has to go there, ferry him or herself there. I'm not defending, but I'm trying to say I'm trying to highlight some of the contributing factors. I don't think this was deliberate to flout a rule, but I just want to bring forward some of these issues that may have contributed to this situation.
My concern was for the failure of the board not to act on. But the board can also act on if it has been brought to the attention of the board.
Unfortunately, neither of us here can say what transpired by them. Frankly, I'm very honest. This occurred at a time none of us were there. But I accept your submission that it should be brought to the attention of the board.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, Chair, first I would like to know when did she come in as a board member, one, and then two is we would like, because we cannot just we cannot just forget about issues that happen continuously, like this had passed, and then we try to, focus on the issue or whatsoever, then we will not move on as a nation. So previous or matters of like this, I think we need to do a follow-up, Chair, and then try to remedy situations or maybe paying back of what malpractices people have done. So the reason why we have the board is, it's not an individual, it's a team. And then we have an office already. You have an office already, I can see. You should be having meetings. So could you provide us the months or year on the review of this particular case? Could you provide us with the minutes that, you had during that time? Thank you.
The minutes concerning, can you be specific concerning what?
Yes, the minutes concerning this issue, if there is any.
So yes, what we're trying to find out, whether the matter has been brought to the attention of the board, and she is trying to relate that to this. Since none of you were in that board, if you can provide the minutes of the board so that we try to establish whether the matter was brought to the attention of the board. Okay?
Okay. Can I get clarification?
Clara?
You actually mean for the year under review, the minutes, the board minutes?
The board minutes.
For the year under review. Relevant to 2018 and 2017, you mean?
Yes.
I will ask CEO to facilitate that. Yes. And on your other question to say, this board was constituted beginning of 2022.
Can you also tell us the composition of the board and whether the community of Bundung is represented in the board? Represent Bundung, the community.
I think let me hold on. We are coming to deal with the activity report. We have the composition of the board. So we can reserve that question for that one. If you will not mind. No, take note. Take note, please. Okay, so now let's proceed. The next is on page 78, cash and bank balances. That one, the non-performance of bank reconciliation statements. The auditor did a finding that the hospital did not perform monthly bank reconciliation statement for the account stated below on the table. I put it, I recorded, it is in my record where I'm doing my conclusion. When I'm doing the conclusion, I will, yeah. The recommendation by the audit rather, the management should ensure that the bank accounts are reconciled with their respective updated cash books and evidence furnished to this office for confirmation. Management page 79.
Here, bank reconciliations were performed on all the bank accounts. As queried, no period is mentioned of the non-performance of bank reconciliation. So bank revision on all accounts and cash book were performed.
Audit?
At the time of field work, it was only the subvention account which was incorrectly reconciled and later adjusted. The two savings accounts were submitted later. However, the two bank accounts listed below were not reconciled.
Management?
Yeah, one of the accounts, this is one of the dormant accounts. So this account is not been active. So that's why there's no activity. That's why no reconciliation is being done.
It is dormant.
It's dormant, yeah.
Did you report that to the auditor?
Yes, I did.
Audit?
No, at the time of the audit, we are not aware of it being dormant. Nonetheless, the reconciliations needs to be prepared accordingly.
Yeah, it's noted.
Reconciliation needed.
Thank you.
Improper preparation of bank reconciliations. The audit made recommendation that the management should perform proper bank reconciliation and review by a senior personnel and evidence furnished to this office for confirmation. Management?
Yeah, reconciliation for all accounts has been done, redone, and sent for verification.
Audit?
This is similar to the previous one. The corrected bank reconciliation were presented for our review, except the ones that were not prepared as listed below.
That's the dormant account.
And that's one, the dormant one, yeah. And you're supposed to do reconciliation for that one also. On presented bank statement and cash books, the audit recommended that the management should provide the bank statements and cash book to verify the accuracy and authenticity of any transaction within the account. Management?
Yes, the bank statements for the state accounts for the period have not been provided due to lack of activity or transaction through the accounts. Actually, it was an oversight. So the account will be activated or be closed for this act for recommendation.
Audit?
Chairperson, this was part of the issues that we are currently following up, and some of the accounts not necessarily closed, but they are merged, if you like, to current account instead of a savings account.
Current instead of?
Savings.
Maintenance of bank accounts, the management acted on the query and the findings, and the action point to be reviewed in the subsequent audit exercise. Opening cash book balances, that to the findings and recommendations were acted upon by the management, and then the financial statements were appropriately adjusted, resulting to the restating the closing balance of 2017. The next one, financial accounting manual. That one, there's an issue, and then the audit respond to the recommendation of the management responded to the recommendation of the audit that the hospital should have its own financial or accounting manual, which should show how financial activities are managed, processed, and recorded. Management?
Yeah, actually, as an institution under the government of the Gambia, Bundam Maternal Child Hospital cannot maintain its own financial manual. Rather, it has to use the financial regulation of the central government. So this recommendation will dip into the due consideration, and management will make sure it has its own accounting manual for easy management of financial activities or transactions. So actually, this is something, hence we have in our board to help to facilitate some of these things are put in place.
This was 2017, 2018. Has that happened now?
No, then, because now we have the opportunities is with us. She will help.
Now what I'm saying, was 2017, 2018.
Right now.
So what is the situation as of now?
The situation as of now is still remain without a financial money.
Okay, let me get to the auditor.
Chairperson, this issue is an issue of ongoing relevance. This is something that we also discussed during our exit meeting sometime last week. And already having Bundung been onboarded into the IFMI system, we have also advised them to liaise with the Accountant General, who have also developed an accounting manual that they could use for the purpose of Bundung, to customize to suit their own operations.
So you are taking that the situation is resolved or unresolved?
No, it's still not resolved yet. But like I said, since they are now onboarded into the IFMIS, and the Accountant General have already developed an accounting manual that for their processes and procedures, hopefully Bundung could use that to customize and fit their own purpose.
That's the recommendation. Management?
I want to say it will be easier because currently we have a manual that we recently validated, and of course the business process is very identical to what Budung is currently doing. So what we perhaps have to do is we would have to from the generic manual we will have to customize and develop one for Budung. But right now we are concentrating, they're actually concentrating on trying to stabilize because they just came on board the IFMIS this year. So the idea is to have them stabilize, then we will work on the manual. But it's something that is in the pipeline that could be worked on based on their requirements or business processes.
In the pipeline, chairperson, please endeavor and rescue your people. Now, the next issue has to do with lack of adequate backup, and that can be, the risk management policy rather. That is an issue they acted on, and then the action point to be reviewed in the subsequent audit exercise. Lack of adequate backup, that too, findings and recommendations were acted on, and the action point to be reviewed in the next audit exercise. However, management action point will be reviewed in the subsequent audit exercise. That is the take of the audit. Honorable members, one more. Yes. Fofana?
Thank you, Chair. I think we finished the management letter for 2017-2018. If you look at the management letter, many of the issues raised by the auditors are key when it comes to the functions of what? The accountant, starting from the incomplete attachments when it comes to payment vouchers, the incorrect treatment of transactions, the misclassification of expenses, payment vouchers not having adequate supplementary documents, and the non-performance of what? Bank reconciliation statements. Honorable Chair, I wouldn't say these are elementary, but these are the core functions of an accounts department. And in all of these functions, we realize that the accounts department or the finance department of the Bundu Maternity Hospital have been found to be wanting. So my question would go to the board, because you are part of the board and also you work at the Accountant General's department. So what would be your professional advice when it comes to capacity? How would you grade the finance department in the Bundu Maternity Hospital?
The chairperson of the board.
Thank you, Honorable. My honest view is that the accounts, they are very hardworking, because reading from, what the queries were and the willingness to adjust. But I believe one needs to ensure that their capacity is enhanced, because initially when you have it right, then it would come as an audit query. I know generally, I know within government, like what we have at the Accountant General is that we try to ensure that we have them on board, you know, for their capacity to be enhanced. But I'm not sure whether this is available within, because you're struggling with the resources. So there is no way you can, you know, avail, you know, the accounts of other officers the opportunity to be upgraded in terms of their professional day. But honestly, one thing I would applaud them is that they're very hardworking. You know, they work themselves to the core. But I believe that it must be done in a smarter manner, and I believe with their capacity, coupled up with the fact that we expect now that it should be a bit more easier for them, given the fact that they have IFMIS. You would pity them. When I initially went through their cash book, this is it's so daunting to have everything done in an Excel list. And I had consistently advised or stated that it would be important that they ensure that they embrace the IFMIS, because once you capture the transaction, then you wouldn't go back and capture this. So I believe with capacity building, coupled up with you know, with the use of systems, they should be able to improve. And perhaps we would have to look at the current composition and see whether we can have additional resources to beef up the team, because right now, in fact, it's a very thin team we have, with even a very limited office space. You know, they are clustered within a very narrow environment. So I believe with additional resources we should be able to improve on this.
Additional resources.
Chair,
Finance is talking about resources.
I just want to bring in the auditor before I wrap up the same issue.
To the auditor.
Do you have a comment on?
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable. And I think I cannot agree with you more that there is need to increase the capacity of the accounting unit. Maybe it might not show in the report, but the honest truth is there is a lot of back and forth after completing the audit exercise before the report is being finalized. He would attest to the fact that I have tried to ask him to come to the office many times when we were trying to finalize this report. That is just to ensure that when the report is out there, at least it reflects something that I mean the users can make use of. But yes, I agree, there is need for increased capacity as far as the accounting unit is concerned, to avoid over delaying the audit processes as well.
Honorable Chair, can I finalize? I think one thing, you get it right. Even if you do the management letter, you will realize that many of the audit queries, the auditors further comment will indicate that it have been resolved, they have reconciled, they have updated. But when you get it right, those things will not come. Honorable Chair, I will propose that we put the board to tax now. Since I want to propose that we put the board to tax. Since they have a dedicated team, now it should be the responsibility of the board to ensure that the adequate support is given to them with regards to what capacity. And if need be, Honorable Chair, let's have a commitment from the CEO with a timeline which will be verified by the auditors, so that we can improve on definitely the efficiency of their work. Thank you.
And then the hospital. Finally, let's go to the CEO want to comment? Okay, briefly, yes. Yeah, briefly, just say something. Briefly.
Anyway, this all comes to how do we get to increase the number? But if we increase the number, where do we see? If I come to your capacity, but personally, come on, see where they are. Small and closer, and you put your legs here, so the other one. So that's how. So the problem in Gulu is this. you get them more, some of them are joining, one of the guys joining with Trevor. If you get up, issues. So apparently, I saw this. Most of these places. So all the hospitals are for the account department. See, the issue is generally accountants don't want to work in places where the volume of money is low. And where before you get your money, you are struggling. So the more you go, look at this one. You do a audit of all the hospitals, try your people there. You advertise in the hospital, they will not go. If current generally was somebody after 1 year, he said he's going back. Because all his colleagues are surpassing him. So I cannot give a definitive assurance before you come and commit me again and say you told me. I can tell you now face the problem. I can renegotiate with PMO if they're there for frankly, because of space, I never included it. But one thing I can tell you, there is a massive improvement in their performance. I think also the leadership also have how you make tasks. Monitor people getting what they do. Wow. I'm not trying to perfect them. Even the other stuff. These are two people who are working there on the stuff, basically, but they work hard. This last one, they want to get left. Any document, for me, I have a parallel policy. You have the idea of
Okay. Thank you very much for that wonderful move. And we hope, as recommended, the board will endeavor to facilitate building the capacity of the staff. Honorable members, you want to come in? Welcome.
I just want to say something about the fuel. I will not say maybe this is the actual fact, but I can tell this gathering that the CEO, we were having only one vehicle, and that vehicle runs all the errands of the hospital. So the CEO was going to, using his own personal vehicle on all administrative errands, yes, he had been using his personal vehicle. Yes, we can all attest to that. So he was not using any official vehicle to do anything.
Yes.
And likely that could have been why I think those adjustments were made.
I think the issue is
Chair,
not which vehicle were used or something like that. It could be official vehicle or private, but the over disbursement, if at all you realize that what is allocated is not enough, that should be reported and they're regulated. But you cannot just ignore that for the whole year and then it kept repeating the subsequent year. So that is the concern. It's not about which vehicle was used to run the errand, whether official or private. That was not the issue. Yes.
Well, Chair, for me, personally, I'll conclude by saying Jambe Foundation or Bundung Maternal Child Hospital is doing very well, because I've been going to that place and I know how hard they are working to standard. But then for the fact that vehicles, the disbursement was for the CEO, it is not only the CEO's vehicle that was given fuel, it was other vehicles. So if the CEO's vehicle was used to run other errands, how about others then?
No, I think the CEO's vehicle was not running like the other errands of like going to the central medicals or somewhere else. The official, all his official duties that he had been coming, like Dr. Cham had already said, sometimes they attend meetings far. He used his own personal vehicles to go anywhere. Yes.
Okay. Honorable members, we have 2 or more reports to cover. I think time is not in our favor. And then we have these prior year findings. Cash collection and custody not implemented. This could be found in page 88. Non-current asset register partially implemented. Inventory of medical inventory not implemented. Staff master file or establishment register not implemented. These are very important. And then the issue of prior year findings, the board and the management should ensure that they are implemented. They form very important portion of our report. And then we hope the subsequent report, that is the 2019 to 2022, issues of this nature would be addressed. In fact, some of them, I think already the CEO had put to us that they have been acted on, only to confirm them in the subsequent report. And performance review, the free maternal services, where you should engage the ministry, please try to do so. And then, for the attention of the ministry, yes, that will be drawn when this particular report is submitted to them. By way of that, they can be, I'm sure, you can also make your report available to the ministry by way of providing that they are duly informed. But notwithstanding, take it upon yourself to engage the ministry on this issue of the free maternal services. And the slashing of the subvention resulted to the use of the drug revolving fund for the payment of the staff costs, which is solely meant for procurement of supplementary drugs. That issue, if you can also work towards addressing as recommended in the performance review, will help. On that note, honorable members, we've ended the review of the, or scrutiny of the financial statements and report for 2016 to 2018. We are now left with the procurement and then the activity report. Procurement, you can take your procurement booklet. You have them? Yeah? Now the procurement officer presented the procurement report for 2017 to 2021. And there were issues that were highlighted, observations were made, and then as well as the recommendations. There were issues where the management were compliant, and then there were issues where they were non-compliant. I think you take note of areas where you were non-compliant. The first one for non-compliant can be found in page 13. But it starts from page 12. The bundle maternal and child hospital procurement staff and their qualification. That one is said to be compliant. Now, if you come down to 13, the non-compliant aspect. The non-compliant aspect can be found in page 13, and we cannot go in all because yesterday it was read. What was recommended is what I'm going to read. The SPU should include the evaluation criteria in solicitation document sent to the suppliers, which will help the evaluation process and recommendation for award, and should ensure that all the LPOs are signed by both parties, including the suppliers. And then thirdly, non-member of the SPU should desist from conducting procurement. Management, what's management? The CEO? Procurement officer, yes. Can you take us on your response? Page 13, management response.
The current administration has also, since May, introduced itself in the procurement process, including design items, supply side and reform, and secure.
And that has been regulated? It has been regulated currently. The other non-compliance can be seen in page 15. The functions of evaluation committee.
Yeah, okay.
And the recommendation made by GPAs, the PO should establish the evaluation committee as required by the regulation, and that the hospital should ensure that the evaluation committee to generate evaluation report for the evaluation process. Your response?
Okay. So in this case, I'm represent the procurement organization or the purchasing officer. But in this case, there is something about the procurement organization that is going to hospital. It's interesting to know that the current management has initially established or sanctioned the formation or the appointment of contract committee officially. They are not officially appointed by the current CEO. The contract committee has been officially appointed. They are officially appointed now.
Well, when did that appointment take effect?
Immediately after the compliance review.
Contract review, compliance review. GPA?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We can only confirm that if we go for our next review in Bundu Maternal Child Hospital.
To be confirmed in the next review. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can we go to page 15, but the text proper is in 16. That is examination and receipt committee, where we have non-compliance, and then the GPA recommended that the management or the hospital to establish the examination and receipt committee as required by the regulation.
All right, management response also. The examination committee has officially been appointed to immediately after the compliance review by the current CEO.
That also to be confirmed, GPA?
Yes, that will also to be confirmed up in our subsequent audit.
Okay, to be confirmed. The next non-compliance is in page 16 regarding the record keeping of the procurement activities, where recommendation made that the PO should ensure that the procurement proceedings are documented and filed, including all documents related to the procurement conducted, example receipts, delivery, and good receipt notes. Management responded?
Yes.
Page 17.
Okay, yes. I'm also glad to inform you that during the current dispensation, or during the after the current compliance review, the current CEO had invited the procurement unit, the SPU, about the measures that we are taking at the procurement unit, which includes the storage of our files and folders, which were initially, before, they were at the accounts office. The account department are the custodians of all the transactions that we are conducted. But immediately after the compliance review, it has been sanctioned by the current CEO that we are now, I'm happy to report to you that all the transfer documents are now currently in the custodian of the procurement office as usual. The account will have the original, and then the procurement office will have the copies. It was not happening before, but it's now happening.
And that too will be confirmed
Yes,
in the...
yes. It can be confirmed by the compliance team, whenever they report their compliance review.
We will confirm that.
We'll confirm that.
Subsequent, review.
The next non-compliance is in page 17 regarding purchase requisition. And under that, it's been recommended that the hospital to initiate the procurement proceedings using the National Requisition Form 100.
Management respond. Yeah, initially some of the transactions were not documented, or they were not using, it was not happening using the procurement, or it doesn't pass through the procurement office. So that's why some of the forms were not filled and some of the procurement are not attached to it. But currently it is happening.
GPA?
Yes, that one also will be confirmed in our subsequent review.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Lot to be confirmed. 2022 will be interesting. Pre-qualification and registration of suppliers. That too we have non-compliance and recommendation made the PO should pre-qualify suppliers as required by Section 23 of the Act to assist in the arriving at the list of registered or approved suppliers from whom to solicit quotations or single source from them. Management?
Yeah, it is noted and it's going to be improved as indicated.
But it's not yet improved.
Yeah, it is improved as indicated.
As at now?
Yes, as at now.
To be confirmed again?
Yes.
We are recording a lot to be confirmed. I hope the secretary is taking note what are to be confirmed. So that if you default, we will not hesitate to penalize. Okay. So let's go to the next issue that will be on specifications. That would there was non-compliance, and recommendation made was the hospital to ensure specifications are generated any transaction to ensure competition in the procurement process as required by the Act 2018, Section 25/1, 2, 3, and 4. Management?
Yes, it is noted and it has already put in place. You know, the issue before was some procurements were conducted outside the SPU. So some of the specifications will not be in place. But as long as they are conducted inside the procurement, whenever they come, all the relevant forms are filled and sent to the account for the action.
GPA?
Yeah, it will also be confirmed.
Another to be confirmed. The supporting SMEs participation in public procurement, also non-compliance and recommendation, the PO should apply preference and reservations to promote the local industry and provide procurement opportunities to the disadvantaged groups as provided in the objectives of the Act. Management?
Yes, noted, and relevant action will be taken to that effect.
Will be taken or has
been taken to that effect.
Has been taken.
Has been taken to that effect.
DPBA?
It will be confirmed.
Be confirmed. Yes. Cham?
Yes, a lot needs to be confirmed. Of course, I know from GPPA or from the management, but can you just tell us the current status, one example of the improvement that you've done, please?
As I'm speaking now, before there was no evaluation committee appointed at the hospital. The contract committee were not officially appointed. Inspection committee were not officially appointed. So during the current administration, all those they have been appointed, and evidence, even if at all we are even requested, we can come along with them. Most of the contract committee, all the contract committees have their official appointment letters served to them. Inspection also has been done, and then the evaluation contract committee also, they are all in place, officially appointed.
This was not happening, right?
No, it was not. Yeah, it was not happening before.
The only question that I wanted to ask, whether they have formally request from GPP seeking approval for those members that were appointed as members of the contracts committee. Yeah, that would be the question from the management. from the manager.
Well, I don't know that I should get approval from GPPA for.
The mic? It's not coming.
I said I don't know that I should get approval from GPPA to appoint certain members.
Okay. For your information, there should be a request sent to GPPA seeking approval for those appointments of the contract committee members.
So each chair, you see the importance of asking the question, because otherwise they'll just be sitting at the end of the day. CEO will say he didn't know, and then GPPA will not give them any information. So,
Just to add to that, I think, just as I said before, reaching out to the hospitals will change a lot of the dynamics. Most of the time, people assume that, you see, my primary responsibility is to deliver healthcare, save the life of the woman. So if GPPA think that I have done a course on procurement, I have not. It's their responsibility to reach out to institutions and orient them. The bit I know is from my reading, just to be compliant on certain things. But some of these things, I have many things to read. So I don't only focus on procurement. I have to read disease conditions, how to manage them, and the like. That's my priority. But they also have to take the move, to orient us so that we'll be compliant. Just like the auditors, when you say if the financial statement is not prepared as EPAS, I don't know what is EPAS because it's not my area of interest. I'm a health worker. But have they ever come to orient us? No. And they expect us to know. You see, these are gaps. And we in this country, we assume that people should know. When you have not sensitized them on your primary roles. Sometimes when they're even calling this, I saw them on TV, many of the time orienting other institutions on the new GPPA, and I posted on their page, is hospitals not part of the Gambia? None. So you wait until they come and say you are not compliant.
Honorable Chair, I wanted to just highlight something. If you go to our recommendation, we indicated that Bundu Maternal and Child Hospitals to request for training for the contract committee members to have a better understanding on procurement procedure. So we have a unit that is responsible for training at our level. So if you request for training, they will go there and train your contract committee members.
I just want us to have some clarity. Do you have a procurement officer?
Yes.
You have a procurement officer?
Yes, I'm speaking.
What are your qualifications?
Advanced diploma in public procurement.
CEO, the main reason I ask this question is, even though GPPA have a responsibility to come up with the policy framework, but it is the responsibility of the institution to have the qualified and competent personnel. Your procurement officer should know all the procurement rules. That is his role. His role is to guide management to ensure that all your actions are in conformity with the GPPA guidelines. So the training from GPPA would just be an add-on, but the institutional performance squarely lies on the management. That's why the procurement officer is what? Required. So that's your responsibility.
Yes.
Agreed?
Yes, agreed.
Then you start advising the CEO on issues of what? Procurement. And if there are training needs, you make sure GPPA knows.
I just wanted to...
The point is very important because it is when the head of the institution is ignoring the advice of the officer, then we can say the officer can be found or can be blamed for it, both of them. But the thing is, the officer has to take his position or her position to act as the act dictates or directs. And if your boss decided otherwise, take note of that. And make sure you report that to the appropriate authority during the time of the audit. But you say we don't know, that cannot be an excuse. Yeah, for training to be available by GPPA, that is an additional advantage, but we cannot rely on that to be an excuse that we should ignore the law or flout the law. That should not happen.
Honorable Chair, I wanted to add something. I wanted to add something. The reason why we request for institutions to have to request for training for their contract committee members, sometimes, as he mentioned, most of the institutions, any unit can do procurement without going to the normal procedure. So we are avoiding that. That's why we are asking the procurement organization to request for training for their contract committee members, so that confrontation that they normally have with the SPO when it comes to procurement, so that all of them can understand the reason why we have a procurement unit in our institution. Every procurement has to be conducted by a procurement officer. That's the procurement unit, not any other department. That's it.
Chair.
So you want to?
Yes.
Chair.
Oh, okay. I want to add to what Mr. Chama has said. The past contract committee will have undergone the training at GPPA that was conducted.
Okay.
But it's just that he came last year, and then before the committee, or I can say Chama and the team, they heavily rely on me for any procurement transaction to give them guidelines, and that has been happening. Honestly.
Okay. No, noted. But let's improve on it. Yeah, Chair.
So I just wanted to remind you that time is not on our side, and we have a voluminous document to review before 4 o'clock. And equally, GPPA also, they should also not just sit in their offices. They should also equally be contacting those institutions that are liable for this training or whatever.
Noted. We are actually managing the time. That's why we are limiting ourselves to only non-compliance and leaving the compliance part of it.
Yes. Finally, Chair, GPPA conducting training for the procurement officers. On whose cost will this be? Will it be the institution or GPPA?
We are talking about the contract committee members, not the procurement officer, to be specific.
But who will handle the cost?
The organization.
Okay, can we proceed? On non-compliance value for money, the GPPA recommended that the PO is encouraged to continue undertake market research and analyze more of analysis more often, preferably on quarterly basis, to keep abreast of all current trends to inform the placing of orders. Under the PO should also enter negotiations for single source procurements as required by the regulation and provide negotiation report. And that the management responded as follows.
It is noted.
And you acted?
Yes, and appropriate action are taken.
When did you act on it?
Immediately after the compliance.
That was in 2018?
After the compliance review, yes.
GPPA?
We will confirm that in our subsequent
Report will confirm. I saw the PO, sorry, Honorable Chio, your hand was up.
Yeah, I just want to add, maybe he will confirm that in the subsequent thing, but most of the advice is the recommendations that we enter into the framework agreement into certain categories of suppliers, because when you are dealing with health, you don't have to wait. Sometimes it's a common emergency, like for drugs, laboratory supplies, medicine, food, maintenance of our ACs, and like we have entered into framework agreements with possible. So that has reduced the
if you ask question, use the mic. You will want to know whether you're asking question.
No, I'm just asking him. He said entered in an agreement. So I mean, depending on the threshold, right? Thank you.
Honorable Fofana.
Chairman, GPPA have a lot to do. And if you look at procurement, that's where over 60% of our budget goes into. 60% of the national budget goes into procurement. We are talking about a lot of billions here. Okay, so, I mean, if you look at the non-compliance area, Vinjul Maternity Hospital, from examination and visit of the committees, coming to pre-qualification and registration of suppliers, the specifications, and now we are talking about value for money. Okay, we recognize the fact that they have worked on it, but Chair, it will be equally important for us to know what are the risk exposures. And for GPPA as well, some of these findings need actionable points, which means their interpretation into their monetary equivalence is important, so that we would know what we are dealing with altogether. If not saying we've noted it, we'll work on it, would not help it. It can be a marathon. And procurement is more important than even what we just finished, which is the financial aspect of it. Because this is where everything is done. So please, can you help us when we talk about value for money? What do we actually mean? So that we would know what we are dealing with, then we can pose the relevant questions.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
When we said value for money here, meaning any procurement that we are conducting it on behalf of the public. So those items to be procured should have or address the need of the people. So if you are doing that, there are procedures that you need to follow. If you don't follow those procedures, meaning to achieve value for money will be difficult. For example, you are procuring a drugs for prisons. The reason for procuring those drugs for the prisons is for them to have the necessary treatment that they want to have. One, the specification of that item should be stated so that those potential suppliers that you wanted to invite to provide those items, you evaluate them based on that specification. The one that has the rights, your rights specification. Maybe the price of that item may not be considered, but the specification that the quality of that drug could be considered. Despite the supplier A quoted the lowest price, supplier B quoted the highest price. What's important there is the quality of that drug. So having the right specification for that particular drug would help you in terms of your evaluation to conclude and then identify the most responsive supplier, so that we have value for money in our procurement process. That's it.
Yes.
Chair. Yes, Chair. Now that there is a new GPPA Act, which was enacted some months ago, sometime last year. So what have your institution done to sensitize all those stakeholders to be acquainted with the GPPA Act, the new one? And again, this compliance report that you have here submitted, is it also, does it emanate from the new act or the old act, so that there can be no conflict here?
Okay. This order review, if you look at the report, is from 2017 to 2021, and our new act is 2022 Amendment Act. So it's the past act that we are going by when it comes to this particular report, the previous act. So coming back to the second question, that is whether the procuring organizations have access to the new act.
What I'm saying here, we have seen over the years, NAO and other institutions, they do conduct training. You know, since there is a new act now, what approach do you have to sensitize all the procuring officers?
Okay, that's why I said, if you look at our recommendation, we said all the procuring organizations shall request training from the authority, that is GPPA, in order for us to train them on procurement-related matters, for them to understand what are the procedures, you know, that they need to follow when they are doing their procurement.
Compliance report is only limited to Bundung. So
It's
how about Farafanye, other organizations as well? Have you reached out to them?
For this new act, I cannot ascertain whether they all have the new act, but the previous one, most of the procuring organizations, they all have that particular document available to them.
Thank you, Jim. I just want to make a supplement, which means the value for money, what we are looking for in any specific procurement. We want to know the objective of the procurement, the specifications of the items to be bought, which should be dictated by the objectives of the procurement, the evaluation of what the suppliers, the different suppliers, and then you look at the responsiveness of their bid with regards to the price and the quality they are provided. And what you are seeing here is in Buntung Maternal Hospital, that was not the case, right?
Correct.
That was not the case. Chair, can I go to the procurement office?
Yes.
Yes. Were you there in 2018?
I was.
Why was that not the case?
No, it is happening. You know, the students, you know, sometimes procurement are conducted outside SPU. So some of those procurement doesn't have specifications. So if there's a specification, you will never know which one is responsible or which one is not responsive. That is the situation. That's why this is some of the procurements they don't have specifications. That's why value for money will not be attained.
No, let me just let's get this straight. We have the evidence in front of us.
Yes.
Evidence is saying that that was not the case. And what GDP is saying, every single item of procurement should go through this. Now the question is not why is A going through it, why is not B going, why is A going through it and B is not going through it. The question is, why should one single item of procurement be done without ascertaining value for money? That's what we are asking.
Every procurement should ascertain the value for money.
So why was it that you guys did some procurement and the right process was not followed?
Maybe those were administrative lapses. That's what happening.
But you were the procurement officer. Tell us exactly what happened.
This is what I'm saying. I'm saying sometimes some procurement are conducted outside procurement unit. Outside. That's what they call SPU.
Okay.
So non-officials were conducting procurement.
Can you speak a little bit off the mic? Yes. You can go ahead.
Specific instances, maybe three of them. No, when procurement was done outside the SPU.
No, I think a clear manifesto was done on the audit report, where some procurement were conducted with only one invoices, and then some of this procurement they were not having the GPP forms from numbers. From 100 was not there, from 102 was not there. So it's a clear indication that it has been conducted outside SPU.
Chair, final one to the GPPA now. If such instances happen where procurement is done and value for money is not being attained, what are the penalties?
If there is no value for money, meaning that particular procurement is compromised, and then if you go to the act, it's the penalties are tied to when a particular officer is caught in misprocurement should be liable to a penalty of and almost to I forget about the amount attached to it, but there is a penalty attached to it. I think we can confirm that from the act or the regulation, but there is a specific amount attached, and then the penalty for those people persons who are liable to those actions.
We will be interested to have a list of all the procurements that were done and no value for money was attained.
For Bundung, okay.
No, all institutions, not only specific for
all the institutions,
but here in particular Bundung.
Okay.
We want to have a list of all that.
We will provide.
Thank you.
Chair?
Yes, Chair, this question will go to the procurement officer. Some procurements were done outside the SPU, right? That's what he said. So, but did he ever try to put this to the CEO? At least you engage him for a discussion about it, and then you see how best you can remedy that situation.
Yeah, sometimes it happens, and I mean, I said that it is going to be addressed. Maybe it is mistaken or deliberate, but sometimes it happens.
You do engage him, right? But then, did you ever ask him if he had forwarded that matter to the board?
I never.
CEO?
But I need to draw to the attention of the honorable members that in 2014, there was an executive directive that exempted hospitals from all GBPA and integrated policies and matters. This could have been a factor that contributed to the neglect of the GBPA. And this should be taken into account. I have been saying this to GBPA. When the executive directive was given, none of them talked. They were copied. And during that period, up to now, they has not received any letter from the executive directive to say that that is reversed. I'm not saying that it should be receptive, but at that point in time, people need to understand what was the compelling reason that brought about that executive directive. And we are talking at a period, this period we are talking most of the time, what glimpse of time. So this is the letter written on the 25th of February 2014. As we speak, no other letter was sent to any of the hospitals to say that it is reversed. And I think it's high time.
Can we get a copy?
Yes, I can complete it.
Yeah, to the committee.
It should be addressed because
Okay.
one who tie reliance, one who should not tie reliance.
Okay, it's important you produce the particular communication. We'll take note. If it has not been revised, yeah, then give you
I don't know. For 2014, the act was amended to 2018, and then currently we have 2022 act. But for this particular issue that CEO is talking about, I don't think it is in the act to see the hospitals are exempted from GPP rules.
not the, I said communication.
I'm not putting forward this in the act. It's an executive directive. And during the period, I think that time, they came when I was in Farafenya and this thing was said, they keep quiet. In fact, their compliance review was short-lived. But you see, some of these things, when it comes out, people need to come boldly and address the issue. And that has not been done. This is the point of contention. Because the background needs to be known, why this was.
I just want to confirm whether this particular letter is emanated from GPP or...
He said executive order. Yeah, I think we've taken note. Yeah, we're taking note.
Let me read the letter for the committee.
Okay.
So that it will guide us. It was dated, it emanated from the Office of the President, State House, Banjul, dated February 25th, 2014. To the Chief Medical Director, Fpac, Independence Drive, Banjul. Request for GPP exemption for the purchase of vital medication. Your letter, AFSPH 17A, Volume 5, dated 19 February 2014, on the above caption refers, I am pleased to convey His Excellency the President of the Gambia, Sheikh Professor Alhaji Dr. Yahya EJJ Jammeh's approval to above request. His Excellency the President hereby exempts your hospital as well as all tertiary hospitals from all GPPA procurement policy. However, all purchases must be approved by the Office of the President except for vital drugs, laboratory materials, surgical, medical, diagnostic, oxygen, and other life-saving supplies that are needed to save what? Lives. This is the letter. So now my question would be, do you still have that working relationship with the Office of the President as it is currently obtained in the procurement of your other materials?
That relationship did not exist. But I am telling you, when this evaluation period,
Yes, please,
when
Evelyn.
Can I just complete? I asked that question to look at the, sorry, let me just complete. I asked that question to look at the applicability of the letter. You see, when we are in governance, we shouldn't look for comfort. We apply it in full and to the letter, or we discard it. And we are all part and parcel of the society. So many executive directives that were passed by the former president became null. Let's follow the rule, and we follow the act, and follow it to the fullest. If at all the portion of the directive that says you are exempted, we are using that. But the portion that says consult the Office of the President, that is not applying, which means it will be very difficult for us to rely on this document. Okay?
Yeah, can we get the letter and then we'll make inform this on out of it. Yeah.
We got this
Thank you.
one. Yeah, then I made copies and shared it on.
Okay, so let's have the copy. Now let's go to.
Sorry, Mr. Popana.
Sorry. No, we are only we'll make reference to it. Yeah, so we'll take note.
Yeah, because it is clearly spelled out that
Sorry. Yeah, we'll take note. Now let's go to page 22. The next non-compliance issue is submission and receipt of bids, and where GPB recommended that for the purpose of integrity of the procurement process in line with the objectives of the Act, there is need for the help for the hospital to have both the tender and quotation box in secured designations within their premises, preferably next to the CEO's office. And then the hospital suppliers should be sensitized to start delivering quotations and then bids by tender or quotation boxes. Management.
it is noted and action is taken.
It has been regulated.
It has been regulated.
GBB.
We will confirm that in our subsequent.
To be confirmed.
Chair, I just want to confirm I know they said it's noted and they are going to do that. But also, I'm looking at the practicality. Do they really need it as a hospital? Do they really go into procurements that will require submission of bids and what?
Yes, management.
Yes. I'm asking that is spelled out because the previous construction that were done, they were done by Gamworks. So that's why we say it is noted. If and when it's going to happen, we are going to take the procedures. But I don't think it is going to happen in that because there is no development fund in our budget.
But if you said it's noted and it's been addressed, It's like you already have this tender box sitting somewhere at the hospital.
No, I mean, the suggestion is noted. If and when the need arises, it is going to be applied. But as of now, it is not applied because it is not, in fact, we don't have development plan in our budget.
Will the need actually arise?
Maybe in the near future, but as of now, it is not.
Okay.
So why did you say it is noted and you have effected changes?
No, it is noted.
There is nothing like effected change. I say it is noted, and it is going to be put into effect if and when the need arise.
Yeah, now we are putting to that. Should the need actually arise? No. Now let's go to the next one. That is the specification, findings on specification. In page 23, that was also non-compliance, and there the management response. Page 424.
Okay, the minute of the transaction was available.
Page 24.
Yes, page 24. Minutes of the bids transaction were not available, and the observation was noted. But it will address in the near future.
It has not been addressed.
Yes, it will address. It has already been addressed now.
It has already been addressed.
Yes.
Give way.
We will confirm that in our subsequent review.
Okay. Well, there's no evidence. It will be addressed.
Yes. Yes. If at all there is a quorum, that means it is not addressed.
It is addressed and will be confirmed in the subsequent report.
Saying that it is addressed, I would want him to give me one example of how it is addressed.
Yes. What I'm saying is, anytime a procurement has been conducted, minutes are taken. Anytime a procurement is conducted, minutes are taken, and the contract committee sit over it to make a solution to it. So it has been taken. Action has been taken.
Will not be taken without the committee meeting and without minutes.
Exactly.
And that one, you say that is the procedure now. The next subsequent report will reveal that, whether that is the norm or not. The next has to do procurement of building materials, and non-compliance is noted in that, and then the management responded in that. Can you go through your response?
Yes. The minute of the said construction was provided, and it said it available.
It's available now.
Yes.
Give me
in fact, it was even provided to him.
page 24.
24, yes.
And that was provided for verification.
I even have the copy.
On the 22nd May 2019. We have further commented on that.
Yes. We have already commented, we said verify and noted, but other documents were not provided. Example, delivery notes, GPPA for 100, 101, 102, and 012. Inspection report and the evaluation report is not provided.
Management?
Because then before there was no inspection committee at officially established or whatever. That's why it was not.
Now you have inspection committee.
Yes.
And the committee is meeting regularly.
Yes, it is exiting now. So any further nature of that recurrence, it is going to be executed as.
How about the other forms? 100, 101, 102, and 112.
We will find out from the file and supply it accordingly.
To be provided.
Provided, yes.
Give me a take note.
Yeah.
The inspection committee is now set and they are meeting. and you'll be informed by the minutes of the meetings of the said committee, and then the pending forms also to be provided.
We
Okay?
take note.
Yes. Non-compliance is also noted on the voucher. Procurement of air conditions or air conditioners, where the management is supposed to give response before the give a further response. Management, page 25. Procurement of air conditioners. This was done without compliant. Page 25. Management.
Yeah, the minutes were provided. So, the inspection team also, the evaluation team also have been it's officially open now, or have officially appointed now. So, a record of report action, the action will take the necessary actions. The committee.
Distribution note.
The delivery note.
Yes, sir. The delivery note.
Okay. We'll find out from the file and provide it accordingly.
How about valuation report?
No, because then there was no valuable committee before.
Up to now, you don't have valuation committee.
Right around, we have the valuable committee now.
Then
the evaluation committee.
There was no evaluation committee then.
Then yes.
But now you have evaluation committee.
Exactly, yes.
And the committee is meeting.
Yes.
Yes.
Documents that they are to provide to either Fpac or GPP or whosoever, can they give specific time of when they will furnish?
No, the ones that are supposed to be provided to GPP, that one there is not specific. They are subsequent report. Subsequent report. Can we go to page 26? The non-compliance is regarding procurement of fuel. Management?
Yeah, it is noted.
Noted.
Yes.
And what next?
We'll apply accordingly. We'll take a contract from Atlas in consultation with GPP for approval.
Who is responsible for procuring fuel?
Speaking here. It's myself.
It's yourself?
Yes.
Is it only the procurement officer or the...
No, it's procurement unit. Procurement unit.
Procurement unit?
Yes.
It's the unit?
Yes, the unit.
Okay. Yes.
I just have to add something.
Okay.
The reason why they go to Atlas is because it's proximal to the hospital. So that's it. It's just at the buffer zone. Go and get where for the generator and this thing. Maybe what we need to do now is to enter into the framework agreement so that we just legalize the process. Sometimes oversight these things because you think, yeah, you will say, but you should get the framework. Oversight.
Honorable Chair, I wanted to clarify something regarding this fuel issue. If you look at the amount, it's 50,000, and then the law is saying the threshold for goods and service for single source is from $1 to 20,000. So anything above the threshold of single source for good and service should be subject to GPP's approval. So in this instance, Bundung Maternal Child Hospital procure fuel from Atlas amounting to 50,000, which is above the threshold of single source for goods. So that's why we, if you look at our non-compliance, we indicated that the procurement is above this, the threshold of single source as stipulated in the GPP Act and the regulation. So it's above the threshold. That's why we advise them to enter into framework agreement with these fuel dealers, because sometimes they always frequently procure fuel from these particular suppliers. So that is the reason why we advise them to go into framework agreement.
Okay. Management, have taken note of that?
Yeah, it is noted.
Okay. Honorable members, the next point of actions will be on the non-compliance regarding procurement for private block. Oh, there is compliance on that. Procurement of furnitures rather, and that is in page 27. The non-compliance is in page 28. The management acted without adhering to the compliance rules, and then give you a query. Can the management respond to the query?
The management take note of the GPP queries, and as we are moving, action will be taken if at all, if and when the need arises in the future again.
Action will be taken. Action is yet to take, or what?
No, action has been taken. No further occurrence of the action will be taken again. No further occurrence in the future will happen again.
Yes.
Could the procurement officer tell us why this procedure? What is the urgency that that led you to the non-compliance?
For the non-compliance of this procurement from
about the furniture.
For 1+1.
You should have complied with the GPP Act, right? Not so.
No, it is a single source procurement. The issue there was that there was no delivery note attached to it. There was no delivery note attached to it.
Why didn't you request it?
Maybe it was an oversight. It could be an oversight.
There were three issues raised.
Yeah. There was no inspection.
One is about delivery receipt, and then the second one was was inspection committee. And then the third one, that is what we are referring to, non-attachment of goods received. So earlier on you did say that inspection committee is in place?
Yes.
Okay. And now the first one, delivery receipt. We are not stipulated. We are not in place. Delivery receipt.
The delivery is what we call the delivery order. Sorry, the delivery note
was not in place.
No, it was not in place. It was not in place. Sometimes this supply when
can you put distance?
Sorry, sometimes some of these suppliers, if you go to their shop to buy your things,
yes,
they will give you their receipt, but they will not attach their delivery note at the back of it.
They will give you receipt without delivery note.
Yes, without delivery note.
And you accept like that. So sorry. Yeah, there's a question. You accept that?
No, it shouldn't be accepted.
It should not be accepted. Yes.
It should not be accepted. But how many times did it happen? How many times did you buy goods and the delivery note was not attached, and you continue doing that?
No.
Why did that happen at all times? Is it an oversight again?
So the query is on this one, that is procurement of furniture.
What I'm saying is, if and when procurement is conducted by SPU, it makes sure that all formalities are put in place. So maybe some of this is an oversight, or it was an oversight from our end.
Mr. You've been working with this institution for so long. Imagine we're dealing with the 2017, 17, 16, 17, 18, 19, and we're in 2023 now. So I expect you to have a vast experience of such. Such things cannot occur at all times, and then it still continue to be an oversight. What is your problem in this case?
In fact, possibly, I cannot even remember about this procurement. Maybe it was not even done by the procurement office. But I'm very much sure, whatever any procurement that we conduct, we make sure that all the due processes are put in place.
It should be your responsibility to look at these cases properly. If these things are done outside the SPU or without the procurement officer, why can't you bring it to the attention of the CEO, and then the CEO will forward it to the board to see that it stops, right? But you still continue doing it. Is that right?
Thank you.
Sorry.
I just wanted
Is that correct?
I just wanted to raise something. The issue of delivery notes, I don't think is the responsibility of the officer. It's the stores. Those who receive the items should have the delivery note, not the procurement officer. He is not responsible. His responsibility is to make sure that procurement GPP reporting forms are administered in terms of procurement. But receiving goods when they are procured is not the responsibility of the procurement officer. It's the stores and any committee that is assigned to receive those goods, but not the procurement officer.
Yes, Mr. Konjira, to whom is the material finally given to? Is it not the institution, the hospital, right? And they have the procurement officer. This should be the responsibility of the procurement officer. When items are given to him without any document, he could equally request for it, since he will be questioned for it, isn't it?
Sorry. I think I have to
Sorry. It's time to make clarification. Yeah, so to this, what is trying to say, the body that's supposed to be in charge of delivery note is for the storekeeper, not the procurement officer. So, Mr. Konjira, since it's an audit, it's a query, who should address it?
The management of Bundung Maternal and Child Hospital.
They should ensure the storekeeper got the delivery
note, and it is attached to the transaction so that we confirm whether goods are delivered or not.
Okay. So please you follow it up. Okay. And here you said the inspection committee will be is in place. Okay. Honorable members, any other concern? No? Then I think fine, we've exhausted the issues and you were rated, is it 50% compliance? Huh? 50% for 2017 to 2021. That's not a good performance. Huh? That is average. I think you need. Even this hospital, Parafenye, their list was 60. They got 50, maximum 65 in terms of compliance. We will rate them better than Bundung. And Bundung is in the city. It will change. Okay? We have noted summary of the observations that were made that will inform us in preparing our report, as well as recommendations that were advanced. And yesterday they were read here. We'll take note of them. We'll be informed in preparing our report. Honorable members, finally is the activity report. Basically, we have issues that were touched when we are dealing with the performance that are related to the activity report. All that I want to ask, I just have concern on this. Yes, it was an issue. We took it up with Farafenye. For you, I can see you actually improve very well as far as that area is concerned. I missed the page. It has to do with this maternal mortality report. You gave the statistics on a table. I don't know which page. Yeah, I can see it's page 55. Page 55, this is the activity report, 2017-2018. Yeah, you have the table of maternal and neonatal death registered in the facility. For the live birth, 2017-2018, 4,369, reduced to 4,367. And for the stillbirth, 113 reduced to 106. And for the stillbirth ratio, 26 over 1,000, 24 over 1,000. The maternal death, 3 in 2017, and then reduced to 2 in 2018. The ratio, 69 over 100,000 and 46 over 100,000. This is what I'm trying to draw to, compared to the previous hospital that came here. This is, yes, when once a life is lost, it's big. But we have 3 where instances in a particular hospital did figure rise to 17 to 19 at one point in time, which is quite serious. And then you struggle, and then we have 3 in 2017, and then 2 in 2018. We hope that momentum would be maintained to have even 0 for a particular year. That's our hope. And then we also want to find out whether you have issues that may inform or result to as far as maternal mortality is concerned, that you may even put to us so that in our report we can make a recommendation that can help to see as well how this can be addressed. A loss for a life, even one, is much. Every effort should be made to see how best it can be controlled. What would you advise or recommend in order to address this?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm glad that you are talking to the right part. My PhD thesis is on maternal health. Most of these guidelines being used in the public and private health facilities are as a result of my PhD thesis. And I did a study extensively on maternal mortality in this gap and stillbirths, which spans between all public hospitals. And I can speak confidently with authority on this. There are a lot of compelling reasons why maternal death. We can classify them into 3 delays. Delay in deciding to seek care, delay in reaching a medical facility, and delay in receiving care once you reach a public facility. We know that our culture and tradition still dictates in some areas that even if a woman is sick at home, they need the consent of the husband to go and seek help. Though it has reduced, but it still happens. After the research is done, how do they transport themselves to their health facility? It's a challenge. Yesterday I told you about it, back before arrival in a city like Serekunda, which 4.7% of those deliveries in Bundu were bad before arrival. That covers the transport challenges people face at the medical facility, even in the most privileged environment. And 2, when you reach at a health facility, the doctor is there, it's not accessible, or the doctor is one doctor on call and want to see multiple patients, one will solve. You have one theater, there is a patient being operated, and this pregnant woman has a transverse line. He has to wait. We need to look at these things. I can tell you a lot of efforts have been done, and see, I don't want any statistics in health, any statistics in health relating to death above 0 is significant. But I want to tell you that between 1990, when the first maternal mortality survey was done in this country, to the last survey, maternal mortality has reduced by 85%. And we need to recognize that. With my 36 years in the health sector, I can tell you a lot of things that also sometimes people call nurses or midwives go and outreach. They advise women, they go home, tell the man said, they are not God. They defy. Like somebody who has a grandmother, the uterus is as thin as a paper. Any year you deliver, the uterus strength. Now imagine this one is granted death. It's a resistant pregnancy. It is thin. So that woman is high risk to develop ruptured uterus during pregnancy. Now imagine he is staying in Alberta, where I come from, and in that poor road, he has to be taken to SL, and SL cannot do operation and has to cross the ferry, and the ferry has a problem. What happened? His death sentence is written.
Dr. Chang,
Yeah?
I think what we'll do here, we would like you to give us the written report on this.
But I can give you my
What do you call it? The causes and recommendation, because we want to actually report and recommend on this. Yes. Please help us. We want.
Just to assure you.
Yes. Yes.
This year, I don't want to celebrate. We have not decided any maternal care. That's why I'm in a haste for the year to end.
That's why we are saying we want a comprehensive report
But
on
you
this.
should reward us if we get zero it.
That's why I have taken this keynote on. When I look at it, I say, no, this should be part of my comment. The hospital that came, we are very much worried. And then if, yeah, a life is important, but if it has been reduced drastically in your institution like that, one has to come in and encourage you to keep on the momentum. And we are now reporting that this year is zero. That's commendable. Or before is commendable. It's commendable. So let's get a comprehensive report that is going to guide us. We have asked the other institution to do the same, and then when we are writing a report, we'll be well informed. Yes.
Chair, as a woman, and if you can please allow me to thank Mr. Cham, the CEO, for not having a single maternal mortality for now. I would say congratulations. With your permission, Mr. Chair, as a woman. Thank you.
Now, finally, honorable members, in the activity report, we have list of challenges that were listed by the institutions. The committee will go through, and then they will be embedded in our report. And we are not saying all of them should be or would be taken to or addressed. But we'll do our best and then make the recommendation. And we'll also share, the report will also be shared with our sister committee. In terms of implementation, it is now going to be their responsibility to look into those recommendations and make follow-up to ensure that they are acted on. So we will take note of all the points that we have listed as your challenges, the various challenges. There are different areas we have taken note, and adequately we will be recommending them to our sister committee in our report. Basically, honorable members, we've come to the end of the scrutiny. It has been a long day. We thought it would be just 1 hour or so, but we found very good work, and then we have to dig into everything. And exactly, we've done, the institution needs to be commended for financial statements and report. You have very few issues that you're supposed to act on, and most of them you've already acted on. For the compliance, we have a lot that you said you have acted to be confirmed. So we'll only be sure that you've indeed acted positively in the subsequent report to come. On that note, honorable members, we have the 2016 to 2018 financial statements and report been presented and considered, as well as the activity report 2017 to 2018 and the compliance 2017 to 2021. These were the reports that were presented, and we consider all of them. And as I said earlier on, we have realized a lot of improvement from the hospital in all the reports. And we did not have adverse findings or at any point a disclaimer for whatsoever. So on that note, I'm with the view that we should put on board for the committee to consider and adopt the said reports. That's my take. Noted. Yeah, then can I say that, can somebody move that the financial reports, financial statements and report of Bundum Maternal and Child Hospital for the year ended, is it 1st January 2016 to 31st January 2016, and then first, what's the second one? 2017, 2016 to 2018 financial statements and report, and the activity report 2017 to 2018, and the compliance report 2017 to 2018 be considered and adopted by the Finance and Public Accounts Committee. Second, it has been moved and seconded that the said reports of Bundum Maternal and Child Hospital be considered and adopted. Those in favor, please say aye. And those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. On that note, the said reports stand considered and adopted by the committee. That is not the end. We will write the report and forward the report to the plenary. And there the final consideration and adoption will be done by the plenary. Whatever recommendation and resolution emanated, the health committee will be acting on the activity side and then the performance side of it. Where we have issues of finance, the finance committee or Fpac will be acting on. And then the rest, it will be between you as an institution and then the Ministry of Health also to come in to be supporting. On that note, I thank you so much, honorable members, and then the subject matter specialist, Bundum Maternal Hospital, for the participation and then the diligent work that you have done. Before we conclude, can we allow the board chair person or acting to say a word or two?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It has been a marathon indeed, and of course, it's an opportunity for the members of my team to learn a lot, and I believe all those who are part of this team have a yearning to improve, both from the health viewpoint and also from the financial viewpoint. So we would continue to work in a bid to improve, you know, from on all fronts. And I want to thank the Fpac. I believe also you are here. Of course, sometimes one is put on the spot, but I believe it's for the benefit of all and sundry, because I believe institutions should be tasked to ensure that we deliver as mandated. If you look at the problems we face as Gambians, it's because nobody is held accountable or responsible. And that is the culture in which we operate. And it has made life difficult. I just want to commend you, and I believe together we can make it. Of course, one might be scrutinized and we think it's hard, but I think it's for the betterment of all and sundry. Be rest assured that we will continue to work and improve, and we are hopeful that in subsequent you know, reports we should be able to see you know, step up performance from the hospital. I want to thank also the CEO. You know, he has been very hardworking with his team, and I believe he will continue to improve. But I also want to request that, Mr. Chair, you consider giving a break. This is not healthy. We've been sitting here since morning.
You know, the plan was, we thought we were supposed to break at 1:30. So when we were left with one book, we thought, this one we can finish. by 2. Unfortunately, we could not.
On that note, I also want to thank our auditors because I have been working with various audit teams and I've seen them to be very cooperative. I believe you know, they have allowed that interaction. The essence of auditing is not to go back and and bring a bad report. You help them, you support them in the process, and if they're willing, they will improve before it gets to this level. And in fact, yesterday I said that I've noticed that the audit team have really been very cooperative and they're there to add value. And I want to thank the audit team and also GPPA. And I'm saying everything is in a bid to improve for the betterment of all. On that note, I thank you, Mr. Chair. I know I'm saying you have not been fair, but you are older than us and you have you have been around. I want to thank you for your cooperation and the collaboration.
Thank you.
Of course, today I did not put on the other cap. I put on the hospital cap. I'm sure you see me very soon back to this house again.
See what you are lucky. You are very lucky. You should not come here and cry for fun. Don't mind. Okay, so now, honorable members, and then the subject matter specialists, officials from the Bundu Hospital, we thank you for your participation in this wonderful work. In the absence of any other business, can any honorable member move that?
Yes.
That's for the committee.
Then when you attack.
That's for the committee, but we can release these people quickly.
Yes, you can release them.
If there should be short for you.
No, that's not for the.
The one who asked the question is not here to hear the answer. So let's let go. Please release them.
Can somebody move that we adjourn the meeting until tomorrow 10 a.m.? Seconder? It has been moved and seconded.
Monday, 23rd at 10 a.m. From tomorrow to Friday, you are with National Democratic Institute.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Until Monday now. It's informing until Monday. It has been moved and seconded that the meeting be adjourned until tomorrow, until Monday rather, 23rd at 10 a.m. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no.
At 10. Because that's the only available time, otherwise, tampering with our schedule is not going to help.
So what are you saying?
Friday after our last committee session. 3rd November. If they can meet also.
Yeah, that's not it.
National Democratic Institute. Message was here in the group.
So when they come,
when they want to meet Fpac,
when?
develop a strategic framework
When?
for the parliamentary budget. No, they want us to tell them the date.
For 1 minute, sorry.
The proposed date I have in mind to avoid tampering with our program.
Somebody wrote to us. That is, what is his name? Gambia participate. They want to have a meeting with us. So they want a convenient date for that. So you can check our free time, then you can communicate. Okay. Okay. So you are given the schedule.
No, they cannot fit in. They can only meet immediately after our last.
I'm all later.